Welcome back, fight fans, to beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. Home. This is the third of 3 straight weeks of PFL regular season action. Tonight, PFL 6, the final regular season event. Here's our women's lightweight standings as of now ahead of the action. Larissa Pacheco alone atop the table with 6 points. We'll see her later tonight on ESPN and simulcast on ESPN+. Time now for our first bout of the evening, which will take place in the women's lightweight division, presented by the United States Air Force Reserve. Olena Kolesnik, Vanessa Melo.
All right, Atlanta, it is time to get our first fighters to the cage. Please welcome first, Vanessa Melo.
Miss Congeniality. 20 pro fights. That makes her tied for most experience in this division with Larissa Pacheco and Julia Budd. UFC veteran and looking to make it happen and punch a ticket to the playoffs tonight, Randy.
Definitely got her work cut out for her. Olena Kolesnik looks very, very sharp coming into this. Vanessa Melo had a tough outing against Martina Jindrova in her season opener.
Vanessa Melo has a very unique nickname for the sport of mixed martial arts, and she told us how she got it.
Meu apelido é Miss Simpatia. Porque eu sempre me dei bem com as pessoas em geral e independente do lugar que ela é. E aí me deram esse apelido aí.
And welcome her opponent, Olena Kolesnik.
The Cannon, Olena Kolesnik. Her last outing, she defeated an undefeated Abigail Montes, native of Odessa, Ukraine, who fled the war this past February. And ended up at Extreme Couture down there in Vegas. You been there, Randy?
No, never seen the place. Actually, she's done a great job there, and the things I noticed about her, not only the technical differences she's made, but her body is changing as well. She looks more fit than we saw her last season, or even in her season opener.
Olena Kolesnik explained for us where her focus lies ahead of this winner-go-home matchup.
Whatever PFL give me of the opponent, I will say yeah for any fight. So for me, she represents just one more step for my goals. So, like, I don't even think about her skills. I'm totally focused on myself.
All right, let's take a look at the keys to victory here for both of these fighters. For Kolesnik, she needs to stay moving in and out with her boxing combinations and utilize her reach and size to neutralize the smaller Vanessa Melo. And for Melo, she needs to be more unpredictable. Sometimes she gets caught in patterns. She also needs to utilize that movement and striking and look for a takedown here.
We'll examine the tail of the tape for this first matchup of the night, brought to you by the United States Air Force Reserve. Vanessa Melo is 3 years older. Olena Kolesnik, the taller fighter, has a reach advantage in both the arms and the legs. Lillian Garcia, to you.
Thank you, Sean, and good evening, fight fans. We are live from Atlanta, Georgia, and we are fired up for these fights. Let's go ahead and kick things off with the women's lightweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, she is a Muay Thai fighter. Standing at 5'5", she officially weighs in at 154 1/2 pounds. In 20 professional fights, she has a record of 11 victories and 9 defeats. Fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, here is Vanessa Miss Simpatia Melo. And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, she is a boxer. Standing at 5'9", she officially weighs in at 155 1/2 pounds. In 11 professional fights, she has a record of 6 victories, 4 defeats, and 1 no contest, with 5 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Odessa, Ukraine, here is Olena Kolesnik. Your referee in charge, Jimmy Nally.
Referee is equipped with Ref Cam to take you up close and personal inside the smart cage. Kolesnik in the blue, Vanessa Melo in the gray. 3 5-minute rounds in the women's lightweight division.
Blue corner, you ready? Red corner, you ready? Round 1.
Touch of the gloves, and we are underway. Front kick from the southpaw Kolesnik. Elena Kolesnik could secure a spot in the playoffs with a finish in any round. A decision, she'll have to sit and wait, watch what happens with the other fights in this division. Vanessa Melo needing a finish if she wants to keep the playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, and for Melo, she was very excited with this matchup. You know, she said Kolesnik is so aggressive, loves to move forward, and she loved her chances because of that. And we could have a very exciting scrap because of that as well. But Kolesnik, very aware of that, said she needs to be smarter. Can't just move forward the whole time. Said fighters are adjusting to what I'm doing out there.
Kolesnik throwing more volume here in the early goings of this fight. Vanessa Melo looking to counter strike.
Yeah, and Kolesnik seems very confident, really trying to establish her range out there. Excellent jab, looks very sharp on the feet, very confident, sitting nice and low, getting power from the floor there.
Nice job with the lateral movement too, Kolesnik.
Melo caught the head kick there. And finds herself right on the back of Elena Kolesnik, who stumbled after the kick was caught.
Yeah, great timing there by Vanessa Melo. Now trying to work to secure a second hook. Has one in so far. Briefly had her arm around the neck, decided to go under the arms for better control.
Kolesnik doing a nice job using that fence to keep Melo from securing that other anchor and taking her back completely. Kolesnik back to her feet now, look for her to swim over, try and find a whizzer, or dig for an underhook.
And Melo definitely ate that kick. I mean, she is so durable. She has an unbelievable chin.
Double overhooks by Elena.
Kolesnik able to separate herself. Back to the center of the smart cage. 2 minutes gone in the first round.
Yeah, Kolesnik did a great job of circling away from the cage.
Take a look inside the red corner of Elena Kolesnik.
Let's go. Set him up all we can.
Straight punches. Right down the middle.
Yep. She don't want to get touched by you. That's it.
Nice, Elena. There we go.
That's right. Keep circling. Jab down. Jab kick. Jab two. Let's go.
Kolesnik continues to circle around the outside. Another leg kick.
Kolesnik doing a lot better head movement, foot movement, just all around great improvement from last season.
Yeah, no question about it. And she's doing all the right things against Melo, who loves to press forward. She's diffusing that pressure with her jab, her long-range weapons, and her lateral movement.
Nice left hand right down the middle by Elena Kolesnik.
Showing a lot more patience, even from her last fight.
People who were watching last season might remember Kolesnik had Larissa Pacheco in some pretty serious trouble in the early goings of their fight. Got a little overzealous and walked right into a big right hand that ended up putting her all the way out. And she actually in the fighter meetings said that was a great lesson for her to learn. Taught her a lot about staying disciplined as Melo tries to close the distance again and find some success pushing Kolesnik against the cage, at least temporarily.
Melo getting the double underhooks. Nice little trip by Elena Kolesnik from the double overhook position.
Yeah, beautiful Osotogari takedown there by Kolesnik, getting right into side control now in a great position at the end of round one.
Glad you knew what that was called, Kenny. I'm just going to call everything Uchimata.
Kayla Harrison is going to be very upset for your lack of judo terminology.
Yeah. As long as she doesn't try and educate me, I think I'll be all right.
Last few seconds of this first round, we'll see Elena Kolesnik finish on top. Round 2 next.
Let's go. Take it to goal. Mouthpiece. Red corner, get your mouthpiece. All right, ladies, round 2. Let's go.
Welcome back to round number 2. Women's lightweight affair inside the smart cage. Elena Kolesnik in the blue, Vanessa Melo, the Brazilian, in the gray. Fighter performance rating favors Elena Kolesnik, who finished the round on top. Round 2 opens with Kolesnik circling around the outside, similar to how round 1 played out until that grappling exchange toward the end.
Yeah, Vanessa had good success catching that kick from Kolesnik, but so far doesn't really have an answer to the long-range weapons of Kolesnik and the lateral movement. She hasn't been able to cut off the cage here.
Kolesnik, the boxer here, but you can see, according to the Cageonomics, that Vanessa Melo has landed more punches. Kolesnik having success with her kicks. Nice little check right hand there from Kolesnik to refute my point. There's our Cronus fight tracker showing you the movement of Vanessa Melo. She has stayed, for the most part, inside. Stalking, trying to close the distance against Kolesnik.
Yeah, Kolesnik really taking a page out of Jindrova's blueprint that she laid out in her first fight against Melo. Showing excellent footwork, getting in, getting out, and Melo just not able to adjust, not able to get on the inside here.
Melo switching leads a couple times. I think she's just trying to find a way to close that distance and get inside where she really needs to be to score.
Both women wanting a finish if they're going to guarantee a spot to the playoffs. Even another decision win could keep Elena Kolesnik out. We've had people miss the playoffs with 2 decision victories in the past. Vanessa Melo showing some more aggression and volume here in this second round. Pretty clear she's aware that she probably lost round 1 on the judge's scorecard. Exchange of leg kicks. Kolesnik tries to go to the body. Another inside leg kick. Kolesnik's doing a great job of compromising the balance of Vanessa Melo with those leg kicks. Might find some success if she follows up with a combination from her hands immediately after.
And she's staying balanced. Her stance looks phenomenal. You know, that's one thing she really worked on for this fight in particular. She said she got too aggressive in that fight against Montes, where she was, you know, throwing shots where she was getting off balance a little bit too much. Here you can see she's way more disciplined.
Started and finished that combination with a kick. Elena Kolesnik starting to add some more tools in. Check hook from both fighters there. Kolesnik continues to circle outside.
Yeah, once Melo gets Kolesnik closer to the cage, that's when she needs to kind of get very aggressive and throw some kind of a blitzing attack.
Excellent left hand on the counter striking there from Elena Kolesnik, frustrating the aggression from Vanessa Melo. Obviously easier said than done, what you were talking about, Kenny, when you're against a fighter who's more experienced in the striking arts and has a reach advantage.
Yeah, definitely very difficult. Kolesnik moving very well, countering very well.
Another nifty combination there from Kolesnik. The first 3 punches missed, but the kick to the body landed. She's being very disciplined in her offense.
Melo, though, is so tough. She's been taking a lot of shots, continues to move forward.
Inside of 10 seconds here in this second round. We will see a third frame when we return on ESPN+. All right, welcome back to Atlanta. Elena Kolesnik in the corner, getting ready for a third and final round. Let's check in with our betting expert, Ian Parker, on his bet.
Seconds out,
Ian?
let's go. Seconds out, let's go.
Thanks, Sean. Look, Elena Kolesnik, in my opinion, is up 2 rounds to none. If you didn't jump on it earlier, the line is pretty solid right now. I believe it was at -160 when the round ended. So if you think she's up and the momentum is in her favor, I would still jump on that. I think she's going to cruise in this third round. Her movement's there. She's getting the better of the strikes. I like what she's doing here. She looks great in this fight.
Third and final round.
All right, thank you, Ian. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian cage side. Inside the cage, Elena Kolesnik uncorking another kick against Vanessa Melo. Melo in the gray, Kolesnik in the blue. FPR once again favors Kolesnik in round number 2. Oh, nice 1-2. Heavy leg kick in response from Melo. Jindrova getting warm, getting ready back there. Nice little massage to loosen things up. We'll see her in action in this women's lightweight division as she tries to secure a playoff spot. Top 4 women's lightweights make the playoffs. Women set to compete in our London event August 20th. Elena Kolesnik has less than 4 minutes to secure a finish if she is indeed up on the judges' scorecards. Same is true for Vanessa Melo, who brought 0 points into tonight. But for Kolesnik, another 3 would not guarantee her a playoff spot. In order to really solidify a place in the playoffs, she needs to get a finish in round number 3.
Very difficult thing to do against Vanessa Melo, who is, again, just so durable. Pretty legendary chin. And Elena's playing it smart here. You know, she really hasn't fought like she's going for the finish here. She's just trying to keep Melo on the outside.
Melo ducks under a hook and grabs the body lock here. See if she can get this fight to the ground where she feels she has an advantage. Kolesnik is able to pummel in, get that underhook. Now double overs again. Looking for that step across throw. Opts for a knee and a kick instead. Nice work by Kolesnik to work off the cage. Switch kick.
Yeah, I mean, she's staying busy right off the clinch as well. She's getting more and more confidence as this fight goes here, Sean.
Definitely really good work on the break there, punching her way, kicking her way out of there.
And you can see how fresh Elena Kolesnik appears to be here in the third round. Randy, I think that's a testament to what you were saying of the training down there at Extreme Couture. You talked about the fact that, you know, everything's changing for her right now, including her level of fitness.
I agree. I think you see it in her body. She looks leaner, more fit. Seeing the head movement, the foot movement, the combination choices, just right on down the line. She's technically improved everywhere.
Double jab and a straight left from Elena Kolesnik there.
Yeah, when
90 seconds now.
When you see these crisp combinations, she's not just throwing 1 or 2 punches, 4, 5, 6 strike combinations, which is a sign of a very experienced and comfortable striker.
The live odds would apparently agree with your assessment, Kenny Florian. Now a minus 20,000 favorite, Elena Kolesnik.
Wow.
Approaching 1 minute in this third and final round. Kolesnik now stepping up the aggression a little bit. Spinning attack.
Melo just not able to get into the proper range here against Kolesnik. There's a nice jab.
Kolesnik's footwork is just not making that possible. She just keeps moving. She doesn't plant. She doesn't want to go toe-to-toe. She's being very, very selective.
10 seconds remain here. Nice sharp leg kick. 3 kicks in a row from Elena Kolesnik. Shoots a takedown attempt as the round and fight come to a close. Strong work by Elena Kolesnik. You see the blood trickling from the nose of Vanessa Melo. It wasn't the finish that Elena Kolesnik wanted and maybe even needed, but for my money, her strongest performance inside of the smart cage so far, Kenny.
I couldn't agree more. She looked really sharp tonight. Very focused, stuck to her game plan, always balanced and very sharp with her striking combinations.
Here's your Cagenomics stats bundle presented by Geico. You can see the advantage for Kolesnik in all categories striking-wise. Threw more, landed more. Nice work from her kick. She fancies herself. She calls herself a boxer. She was active with the kicks also.
Very active. That front kick kept that distance for her. She threw a couple of really nice off-balancing low kicks. That inside kick broke Vanessa's balance a couple times. There's the jab and out of the way. Stick and move. Nice high kick. That's the one Melo caught and put her on the ground. Elena does a nice job of using the fence to keep Melo from taking her back and anchoring in. There's, again, that nice straight left hand right down the middle. There's the double overhook step across, body lock, puts her on top to secure that round for her. Check hook, followed by the straight 2. There's the switch kick. A lot of great choices, great footwork, and drastic improvement by Kolesnik.
Take a look at our fighter performance rating. The algorithm gives all 3 rounds to Elena Kolesnik. All right, who won this fight? Randy and Kenny are alleged experts. Agree with the fighter performance rating. And Lillian Garcia has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 30-27. For your winner, by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the women's lightweight division, Olena Kolesnik.
What a performance, Randy. Kolesnik looked phenomenal tonight.
Rock solid tonight. Everything looked sharp. She stuck to the game plan. Didn't get sucked into that battle of attrition where anything could happen.
Let's take a look at the standings. Olena Kolesnik with 6 points now, tying Larissa Pacheco. Not enough quite yet, but Sean O'Connell is with our winner. Sean.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Here I am indeed with winner 2nd straight PFL victory for Olena Kolesnik. Randy was impressed, Kenny was impressed. We were all very impressed by the footwork. Really, really incredible performance. Do you feel like that was your best performance inside the smart cage?
Honestly, I hope it will be, it's only beginning. And I want to say huge thanks to PFL and all organization to give me this second chance. You know, I feel myself like in Eminem song Cinderella Man. I'm not supposed to be here, but I'm here, and that time I will try not fuck up. So I'm really happy, and thanks God for this opportunity. And I want to thank you too, because I remember your fights, and I remember that no matter what, you fucking win this million.
Well, thank you.
You're good motivation for me too, you know?
I'm glad I could provide a little bit of motivation. Let's talk about the playoff picture. 3 points in your first outing, 3 points here for a decision victory, which gives you 6 points right now. That's enough to be in the playoffs. I know how desperately you want to fight in the UK, big Ukrainian community there. What's that going to be like if you get over there?
Oh my God. You know, even before this fight, when my boys knows that I have chance to come to London, you know, for girl from, let's be honest, poor family, you know, who dream all life to see Big Ben, to see Abad, and to see, of course, Harry Potter. So it's huge. And I know how many people now from Ukraine stay in London. And I have a lot of messages that if God give me this opportunity to be there, I know I will have a huge support from the most of part. Unfortunately for now, Ukraine will be in London and support me for, I pray God for the next win. And again, thank you so much for all PFL. Especially I want to thank my coach, Dennis Davis. You know, he spent with me a lot of time, and I even give him black eye. Sorry, coach, but.
Well, don't give Dennis Davis any more black eyes, but keep up the great work. Incredible performance. Congratulations. Your winner, Olena Kolesnik. So Kolesnik will carry 6 points forward. There's Martina Jindrova, the owner of 3 playoff points for now. She'll try to improve on that total when she faces Fayzallanova, who needs a finish to punch a playoff ticket. Coming up next. PFL on ESPN Plus is brought to you by Bud Light. Make good times great. Drink responsibly. Redcon One, America's favorite supplements. Geico, switch today and see all the ways you could save. And by DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the PFL. Welcome back, fight fans. Atlanta, Georgia, wrapping up the regular season here at PFL 6 at Overtime Elite Arena. Main event still to come. Kayla Harrison, Caitlin Young, Rory McDonald, and Sada Busi in the co-main event. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian here beside the PFL Smart Cage. We're just getting started here at PFL 6. One fight down, bunch more to come, and let's talk about the main event. Kayla Harrison is back. Randy Couture coming off a decision victory, and of course, being Kayla Harrison, she wasn't overly pleased with a very solid performance, but solid's not good enough for her at this point in her career.
Well, you know, she's taking a little bit of pressure off of herself, but nobody's harder on ourselves than we are, and she's no different in that case. You know, she realizes perfection is not something that's attainable. She wants to be effective. We've had a conversation about that. She certainly is well-rounded as a comer. Transition skills are amazing. She implements her judo into her MMA style as well as anybody I've ever seen. That's a reason she's up for an ESPY. She's just done a great job of ground and pounders on point. I look for her to close this and get her hands on Caitlin Young and try and put this fight on the ground and maybe take her arm home with her.
Kayla Harrison is a massive favorite in this main event, and part of the reason for that is that Caitlin Young took the fight on short notice. I asked her yesterday at the weigh-ins, any hesitation in taking a fight like this against someone like that on short notice, and she said, nope.
Well, you know, she has kind of envisioned this. You know, this is easily the biggest fight of her career. She said, you know, we almost got paired up together a couple times. She does have a lot of experience. She's an intelligent fighter, you know, and she feels like she has no pressure heading into this fight. You know, she said all the pressure's on Kayla, and we saw that kind of take place in Kayla's last fight, where she is putting a lot of pressure on herself. So for Caitlin Young, she's coming in here, no pressure. She's coming in confident, and she has a lot of experience to potentially get it done.
Looking to pull off the biggest upset, what would be the biggest upset in Professional Fighters League history if she can do that in the main event. Let's talk about the co-main event as well. Rory the Red King McDonald looked great in his last outing, scored a first-round finish, good enough for 6 points in the standings. His opponent, Sada Busi, coasted to a decision victory, so he's got 3. Both of these men have their eyes on a playoff spot. Let's start with Rory. He made some serious changes coming into season 4, and it looks like they paid off so far.
Yeah, he's looking very sharp right now. Actually moved to Austin, Texas from Montreal, up in Canada. You know, and made a lot of changes as far as coaches and training partners. One of those was Tim Kennedy, a guy that we've seen fight at a high level in the UFC. It was an operator in the Army, and training with guys like John Danaher, one of the best jiu-jitsu minds in the world. So he's looking very sharp on the ground. We know about his striking skills, has a very sharp jab. He's big for the division, has a ton of experience, been fighting at an elite level for several years now, and he seems like he is more confident than ever.
I think he's looked his best when he's taken fights to the ground here inside the PFL Smart Cage. And his opponent, Sada Busi, knows exactly that's what the game plan is going to be for Rory McDonald. C, of course, is an incredible striker. Is he able to stay on his feet tonight?
Well, I tell you what, he's changed some things too. The Swedish Denzel Washington has been doing his camps in the States and Vegas at Extreme Couture solely to shore up a weakness he sees in himself, and that's the wrestling. This guy's an absolute sniper at 6'3", long-range weapons in both his hands and both his feet. If he could keep this fight standing and use that newfound wrestling skill to stay on his feet, he could have a real interesting fight tonight.
All right, as I said, 6 points for Rory McDonald heading into this second regular season, about 3 points for Sada Busi. So both in a pretty good position. That's the main event and the co-main event. Here's the rest of the card beginning 8 o'clock Eastern, simulcast on ESPN and ESPN Plus. Feature welterweight affair, Ray Cooper III and Brett Cooper. That one's going to get confusing when we're trying to call it. Makhnatkina Karimov, the season 1 champ, and Delano Taylor is a big-time favorite as we look at the odds, as is Larissa Pacheco. In the blue corner, Magomed Umalatov, the only undefeated fighter on the card tonight, and the only blue corner favorite. Look, we can't just ignore the idea that Ray Cooper III, a 2-time welterweight champion and 3-time finalist is coming into tonight with -1 point in desperate need of a finish. Not just a finish, Randy, a first or second round finish.
Yeah, a big challenge for sure. And, you know, Ray alludes to the fact that he's had a little bit out of balance outside of the cage, and that can be an issue for any of us as fighters. I saw him after weigh-ins yesterday. He looked calm, relaxed. He made weight, which was a big issue and why he's dragging -1 point into this final fight. If anybody in this division, in this sport, honestly, has a chance to knock a guy out in the first round, it's Ray Cooper. He's got power in both hands. His wrestling is great. His ground and pound is on point. He implements his wrestling as well as anybody. So if anybody can get the job done and get the finish, it's Ray Cooper.
By the way, his opponent in that fight, Brett Cooper, also a knockout artist in his own right, also a big-time finisher in his own right, and also in desperate need of a finish if he wants a playoff spot. And as long as we're talking about knockout artists, and as long as we're talking about finishers, how about Larissa Pacheco? She's been angling and pining for a rematch, another rematch with Kayla Harrison. She thinks she's made the necessary changes to upset the apple cart and claim dominance here in the women's lightweight division. Do you buy it, Kenny?
Well, not only do you see changes in her physique, you're seeing changes in her performances and how she's going out there, not only with her new skills, but her finishing ability. You see her last 3 fights. These are all knockouts, TKOs, whether it's on the feet or on the ground. She is not playing around, guys. She is very focused, and she's going out there to fight and beat Kayla Harrison. And every time she goes out there, she's making a huge statement because she has been just as dominant as Kayla.
Larissa Pacheco, 6 points for a first-round finish. She's alone right now at the top of the table in the women's lightweight division. All those fights we just talked about will be coming up later on ESPN and simulcast on ESPN+. Still to come, 2 more fights exclusively on ESPN+ in the women's lightweight division. Martina Jindrova, big-time favorite, and Marina Makhnatkina, who lost in her last outing to Kayla Harrison in a main event, will take on Abigail Montes. She is also a favorite. All right, so we took a look at those odds. How do you bet fights like this? We've got experts for that. The coach, Ian Parker, I send it to you.
Sean, now I know we're not supposed to root for anybody, but how after that interview, Elena Kolesnik, do you not root for her to make the playoffs in August? But, Ian, just like everybody else, she's going to have to watch the rest of the fights tonight. Our next one, very, very important. How about how about a prop bet for the next one? What do you got?
I got you covered, Coach. Look, -450 for Martina Jindrova. It's a little much, although I do think her striking will get it done here. Now, she should go for the finish. We discussed this. You know, the finish would get her automatically into the playoffs. I just don't see that happening with her style and how tough Zamzagul is. I'm going towards our props. I'm going to go by decision at -115. I think she gets it done here. She really is better everywhere, especially when she stands on the feet. I don't know if she's got that power in the finish, so we're going to play it safe by decision.
All right, we're only laying 15 cents. I'm anxious to see what happens. So we're going to sit here and watch, and let's send it back down to the man who is changing lives one fighter at a time all over the world. John, back to you.
Thanks, Coach. There's Martina Jindrova putting the final touches on a warm-up. The lone representative of the Czech Republic on our PFL roster here in Season 4. But back home, the professional athlete community is pretty tight-knit.
I have a lot of famous people around me. They love to watch my fights. They want me win, and it's beautiful for me. I love this.
Impressive performance from Martina Jindrova.
I like to meet all the people who are making other sports. I like to talk to them. Filip Hronek is one of the ice hockey player. We are friends also. You know Esther Ledecka. She's 2 times Olympic champion of skiing. Also in snowboard, she do 2 different sports. It's great. Also, and a lot of friends are in soccer. In my favorite team, FC Victoria Pilsen.
Got some big shots there from Jindrova. Jindrova's right hand! Oh, on the retreat, another right hand!
We are talking about the sport the most. I like to listen how they train before the training. Sometimes I get some advices also from them, because they are also professional athletes, and that's great. I would like to fight in semi-final because also it's first time in Europe, and a lot of my friends would like to watch that live. So I hope it will happen and I will get to semi-final. I believe in myself.
Welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia Overtime Elite Arena. There's a beautiful smart cage powered by Flagship Solutions Group, an IBM partner. And this is how the PFL season format works. 10 fighters per division, 6 different weight classes, 2 regular season fights for each fighter, 3 points for wins, bonus points for finishes in any round. The top 4 fighters on points in each division make the playoffs. $1 million to a champion in each division. Big thanks to Puncher's Chance Kentucky Bourbon. And there it is, the beautiful smart cage. Flagship Solutions Group, an IBM partner, powers our smart cage. All right, more women's lightweight action to come. Here's a look at the women's lightweight standings. Larissa Pacheco will fight later tonight on ESPN. 6 points for her. Elena Kolesnik already fought tonight. Another decision victory adds 3 points to her previous total of 3. She's got 6. Good enough for a spot in the playoffs, at least for now. Our next women's lightweight bout brought to you by Geico. Martina Jindrova, Zamzagul Fayzallanova.
All right, it's time. Please welcome Zamzagul Fayzallanova.
She goes by the nickname Bope. Competed in judo versus Kayla Harrison all the way back in 2010 and is a senior lieutenant in the Ministry of Defense in her home country of Kazakhstan. Win or go home time for Fayzallanova. This Kazakhstani judoka talked about what she needs to do to make the playoffs.
Выложиться по полной, назад хода нету. Мы в клетке будем только вдвоем, и хочу максимально показать то, что я не смогла раскрыться в прошлом бою.
And welcome her opponent, Martina Jindrova.
Martina Jindrova won her opportunity here in the Professional Fighters League on our Challenger Series. She won the contract, which means she has 1 extra fight this year to try and get to the playoffs at a championship. Kickboxing and Muay Thai champion in her earlier days. And she actually fought the UFC champion Valentina Shevchenko in Muay Thai back in 2011. From the Challenger Series to having a chance at making the PFL playoffs, yeah, let's just say Jindrova's opened up how her life has changed.
The fight in Challengers changed a lot of things for me. I don't work anymore. I'm a professional fighter now. Everything I do for the trainings, this is like a special time for me. I love this time and I can wait for every fight.
All right, let's take a look at the keys to victory here. For Jindrova, she needs to utilize her footwork to try to prevent that clinch. She needs to keep this fight standing. And for Fayzallanova, set up that clinch, set up those takedowns with her striking, and try to get Jindrova up against the cage.
Our tail of the tape is brought to you by Geico. Martina Jindrova, 1 year older, 1 inch taller. 1 inch reach advantage on the arms for Jindrova. Fayzallanova experiences the advantage on the legs. Lillian?
Well, it's win or go home. And we continue now in the women's lightweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. She specializes in judo. Standing at 5'7", she weighs officially at 155 pounds. In 10 professional fights, she has a record of 7 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw, with 4 victories by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Almaty, Kazakhstan, here is Samsagul Bope Fayzallanova. Her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, she is a kickboxer. Standing at 5'8", she officially weighs in 154 3/4 pounds. In 7 professional fights, she has a record of 5 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Prague, Czech Republic, here is Martina Jindrova. Your referee in charge, Blake Grice.
Blake Grice equipped with the ref cam. Martina Jindrova in the blue, Samsagul Fayzallanova in the gray.
You ready? Ready? Fight!
Jindrova can secure a playoff spot with a finish in any round. To guarantee a playoff spot, Fayzallanova needs a finish in the first 1 minute and 24 seconds of this fight, just to get the guarantee. Both fighters in an orthodox stance. Inside leg kick opens the action from Jindrova.
Yeah, Jindrova said she wanted to be really aggressive in this fight. She said she might be looking for a first-round finish like Pacheco.
I wonder psychologically how Samsagul has recovered from that. That was a pretty significant knockout against Pacheco in her first season outing.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Randy. Sometimes you get fighters that aren't quite the same, come in a little gun-shy. Jindrova might be trying to expose them.
It is a quick turnaround between regular season bouts. So if you're going to get over the mental hurdle of having been knocked out, you have to do it quickly. Oh, high kick there landed for Martina Jindrova.
Yeah, that was all shin to face right there, Sean.
Fayzallanova appears to be game facing it, but certainly affected by that kick.
Samsagul bent over just as that kick came up, and she leaned right into it.
Yeah, Jindrova again now seems like she's fighting with more of a sense of urgency here. Big right hand.
Stuffs the takedown. Jindrova uncorks another combination. Fayzallanova having a hard time getting the timing. There's a high kick again, and another right hand. Martina Jindrova putting them together here early. 2 minutes gone in round number 1.
Fayzallanova really having a difficult time seeing these kicks coming here. Now Jindrova really pouring it on.
Fayzallanova's in big trouble and down. Referee taking a close look. Zamzagul able to grab a hold of Martina Jindrova.
Yeah, much better position for her, but she's still in pain.
The referee calls a timeout for the low blow. Jindrova momentarily mistook it for a stoppage.
It's okay, it was an accident. It's still
Yeah, it might have been a knee from that clinch position that Jindrova threw.
Absolutely right, Kenny. It was a knee.
Okay. I know.
Here it is. Yep, that's definitely a low blow there.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Fayzallanova indicates that she's ready to go again. Halfway through round number 1. The only representative of Kazakhstan on our PFL roster finding herself in some trouble against Martina Jindrova.
Jindrova doing a nice job when she got to the clinch to clear that position, to not get anything deep and let Zamzagul hang on to anything. This is a little tricky here. Watch the headlock coming.
Nice work again by Jindrova.
She framed out very nicely, Jindrova did. Zamzagul trying to use that arm that she's got a hold of to drag her to the mat. Jindrova not having it.
Yeah, it seems like she was trying to hit that fireman's, Randy, but the cage behind her, that was not going to happen there.
Take your fingers out of her glove.
Nice work by the referee there, freeing the fingers from the glove. Jindrova closing in, raining down punches. Any moment here, and this fight's going to be stopped. Jindrova continuing to pour it on. Zamzagul turning her back and running away. Now tries to grab a desperation, pulls guard.
Yeah, Fayzallanova really showing a lot of toughness here, but she is taking a beating up against this cage here.
Right hands coming down from the top, Martina Jindrova. And that's enough.
And that's it.
The referee was waiting for a reason. Jindrova gave it one. Martina Jindrova clinches a playoff spot with a first round TKO. As promised, Randy, she said she was going to be aggressive. She came out and was exactly that.
Said she was going to use her takedown defense, keep this fight standing, but she was sharp everywhere. She did a great job.
Martina Jindrova punches her ticket to the playoffs as we take a look at the Cageonomic Stats Bundle presented by Geico. 40 strikes landed in the first round. Any one of them could have quit the end. There's a look at Martina Jindrova, who just scored a first-round TKO victory over Zamzagul Fayzallanova. Fighter performance rating, the only way you can score a perfect 100 in the FPR algorithm, Randy, is what?
To have a finish.
And Martina Jindrova got it done in the first frame. 6 points, and most importantly for her, a guaranteed spot in the playoffs as she clinches. Lillian Garcia has the official result.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Blake Grice has called a halt to the bout at 4 minutes and 4 seconds of round number 1. Your winner, and earning 6 points in the women's lightweight division and clinching a spot in the 2022 PFL playoffs, Martina Jindrova.
All right, let's take a look. Martina Jindrova is going to advance to the playoffs, as will Larissa Pacheco from Brazil. Unbelievable, Randy. What a performance by Jindrova.
Absolutely. Because Pacheco had that win in the first round over Zamzagul, that secures her without even having to have that second fight yet.
Yeah, Jindrova was just so dominant here. Her striking just on point, putting together some nasty combinations, attacking the head there, attacking the body. Just used that killer instinct to press on. Did a great job of getting out of the clinch when she needed to. And here's the end. From that guard position, gets good head position, ends up getting her posture, and lands some good shots there. There's that posture. Big shots again and again. Fayzallanova really showing so much heart and determination, but Jindrova striking way too much.
Combinations were on point by Jindrova. She didn't smother her punches. She stayed composed when she knew she smelled blood in the water.
All right, here in the Smart Cage with our winner, Martina Jindrova. Martina, you landed a high kick early, and for me, I don't think Zamzagul ever fully recovered from that high kick. Is that how you saw this one happening?
I think the high kick was exactly and hard, and we trained this because we study her fights a lot, and we saw that she's making a mistake there, and she's putting her head on this side, so that's why I kicked this left high kick. I trained it a lot.
You trained it a lot, it landed, and most importantly, that first round finish, 6 points and a guaranteed spot in the lightweight playoffs, which, as you know, will be taking place in London. And you talked about the fact that your friends and family, they can travel from Czech Republic to London and actually come to watch you fight. Do you anticipate now a large crowd in London?
Yeah, I love this because I know before this fight, a lot of people text me, if you win, we will come. All the tennis club where I play also is coming with me. So I can wait also from football, some people. That's awesome. I'm very happy.
Do you care who your first round matchup is with in the playoff?
Sorry?
Who do you want to fight in the first round of the playoff?
Maybe with Larissa Pacheco.
All right, Martina Jindrova, Larissa Pacheco. I'm here for that one. Victorious and headed to the playoffs, Martina Jindrova. Marina Makhnatkina has 0 points for now, looking to punch her ticket. She'll need a finish. The same is true of her opponent, Abigail Montes. Win or go home for both women. Next. PFL on ESPN Plus is brought to you by Bose, the official sound of the PFL. Redcon One, America's favorite supplement. The United States Air Force Reserve. Learn more at afreserve.com. And by Bravago, the official bold seltzer of the PFL. This week, Kayla Harrison is prepared for her second matchup of the 2022 PFL season against Caitlin Young, right there in the Century Martial Arts training room. Century Martial Arts is the official equipment provider of the Professional Fighters League.
Hello. Okay, I got it now.
All right, Professional Fighters League action inside the Smart Cage here. Next to the Smart Cage, Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian, and professional wrestling legend, Mr. Diamond Dallas Page. DDP, good to see you, sir.
Hey, I was here last Friday, and I was here from bell to bell, man. I was so blown away by, I love what they're doing here, because like a regular season, a playoff, you know when we got off? When we're hurt. And I don't mean hurt, I mean injured, like tore my rotator cuff, ruptured my L4 and L5. You guys get a season here, so you get to really, and you're playing for $1 million. So, you know, I was blown away by the competition, and I do know who Kayla Harrison is, and really looking forward to that fight.
That's coming up in the main event, Kayla Harrison, Caitlin Young. You know, most of the time when we bring people here next to the Smart Cage, it's like, they don't really have the credentials of a Randy Couture. Randy, 5 championships, is that right?
6.
6 championships?
Well, who's counting?
Excuse me. Exactly. 1 for me. 11 world championships.
Back up. First of all, that's a real world champion. I am an actor.
A great one at that. All right, look, some of us, Kenny, myself, I won't speak for Randy, you know, man, the body's not functioning quite as well as it used to. And I know that you went through some of that, but you've also found a solution, and you've helped yourself and a bunch of other guys that have been through the same thing. DDP Yoga. You and I have talked about this before. Yeah. Tell the people about DDP Yoga.
Well, you have to understand, I didn't start wrestling until I was 35. And people can say whatever they want about wrestling. One thing reigns true with everyone here, you can't fake gravity. And I beat my body up. My career didn't take off till I was 40. That was in 96, 97 and 98. I was top guys in the world, man. I was number 4 according to Pro Wrestling Illustrated. I was had an inordinate amount of body abuse. 275 days in the ring, bouncing around. A match with me would be like 6 or 7 car accidents. That's how much we had a body up. And then I finally got the paid multi-million-dollar deal, and then I broke my back. I ruptured my L4 and L5 so badly that I had 0 flexibility, and 3 spine specialists told me my career's over. Now, at 42, I am the guy who wouldn't be caught dead doing yoga. But I would do whatever I could to stay in the game. Like, I know your career, bro. Like, you kept going. Like, you want to stay in the game. You want to keep playing. You want to do what you love. But I just got there. Like those 2 years before that, my career blew up. So I was going to do whatever it took. So I started doing yoga, and it really started to help me, but it wasn't giving me everything. We've all rehabbed here. I rehabbed both shoulder surgeries, both knee surgeries. So I started to mix the rehab with the yoga. Then I threw in old school calisthenics, push-ups, squats, crunches, done with a slow burn movement, because that's what I had to do. Before you know it, I'm starting to create something I call dynamic resistance. Think time under tension. Think moving weight, but no weight. So what happened there with dynamic resistance, it gave me a kick-ass cardiovascular workout that dramatically increased my flexibility, strengthened my core at a whole different level. And here's what we care the most about: minimal joint impact. In less than 3 months, I was back in the ring. At 42, they said my career's over. At 43, got my first world championship.
If this guy can rebuild it at 43, you can do it too. DDP Yoga. Diamond Dallas Page is going to be here cage side watching all the way through the main event tonight. We got plenty more action still to come. Earlier tonight, Elena Kolesnik celebrating another solid, well-rounded decision victory. She's got 6 points. Martina Jindrova putting on the pressure, though. She snagged 6 points tonight, which gives her 9. More action next on ESPN+. This season, PFL fans can vote on the fan favorite finish with a $2,500 bonus awarded to the winning PFL fighter. All you need is a PFL fan token, available now at Socios.com. Download the Socios.com app, get your PFL fan token, and participate in votes that shape the league. Here's a look at our Bose listening lounge. Bose Quiet Comfort 45 headphones are world-class noise cancellation, so you can focus on whatever you're listening to. The women's lightweight picture is starting to shape up. Here's our women's lightweight standings through a couple of fights tonight. Martina Jindrova with her first round TKO, 9 total points, secures herself a playoff spot. That result also guarantees Larissa Pacheco a trip to the playoffs. Elena Kolesnik will still have to sweat it out in this next fight. Kayla Harrison still to come in our main event later. Action continues in the women's lightweight division. Brought to you by Puncher's Chance Kentucky Bourbon. Marina Makhnatkina, Abigail Montes.
All right, let's go ahead and welcome Abigail Montes.
Abigail Brave Montes defeated Clarissa Shields, the world champion boxer, back in 2021. Trains in Mexico. Top 5 fighters, Alexa Grasso and Irina Aldana. Hoping to bring that quality competition into the cage with her tonight. Montes shared with us the meaning behind her nickname. Well, of course, Kenny, you should know this, was the main character from the 2012 Oscar-winning Best Animated Film, Brave.
Bueno, primero que nada fue por la película de Disney de Brave, por mi cabello rojo y chino. Cuando me vieron, muchas personas luego se les vino a la mente, oh, te pareces a la princesa de Disney, y también me identifiqué, ¿no? Porque creo que es una princesa que aparte de que es una princesa, es una guerrera, y me identifico al 100%.
There's Abigail Montes inside the smart cage. There is the Abigail Montes watch party in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico.
And your opponent, Marina Makhnatkina.
One of only 2 fighters who have made it all the way to the distance with Kayla Harrison, the 2-time champion. She is also a 7-time Combat Sambo world champion. former Fight Night Global title challenger, Marina Makhnatkina. Coming off a loss, but she detailed the positives she took away from that fight with Kayla Harrison in her first bout in the regular season.
Мне нужно будет обязательно это финишировать. И, то есть, конечно, сейчас настрой на бой, который у меня, я уже Кайлу, то есть она где-то сидит в голове, конечно, но она мне больше придала уверенности именно к следующим оппоненткам, потому что она финишировала всегда всех досрочно.
All right, here are the keys to victory. For Marina, she needs to close the distance, take the fight to the ground. That's where she's going to have the biggest advantage here in this fight. And for Abigail, utilize that jab, stop the takedown, and nullify Marina's leg lock attacks when the fight hits the mat.
Tail of Tape brought to you by Puncher's Chance Kentucky Bourbon. Marina Makhnatkina is 12 years older, both women 5 feet 6 inches tall. Reach advantage favors Abigail Montes on the arms. The opposite is true on the leg reach. Lillian?
The $6 million quest continues, and this fight is in the women's lightweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, she stands at 5'6", weighs officially 154 3/4 pounds. This mixed martial artist has a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, Abigail Montes. Her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She specializes in Sambo. Standing at 5'6", she officially weighs in at 154 pounds. In 9 professional fights, she has a record of 6 wins and 3 losses, with 4 victories by submission. Fighting out of Miami, Florida, here is Marina Makhnatkina. Your referee in charge, Rob Hines.
Rob Hines, the referee. Makhnatkina in the blue, Abigail Montes in the gray. Both women needing a finish to punch a ticket to the playoffs. A first round finish.
You ready? Go, fight.
Touch of the gloves and we're underway. Nice jab from Abigail Montes. Makhnatkina showing some aggression in the strikes as well.
Yeah, she's landed a couple nice 1-2 combinations. There's another one there.
Much more aggressive in this fight than she was in the season opener against Kayla Harrison, but that's understandable.
Heavy leg kick there from Abigail Montes. Makhnatkina counters with the right hand. Elena Kolesnik watching intently. If this fight goes to the second round, she will have clinched a playoff spot. Elena potentially holding her breath here. Nice combination from Montes.
Nice counter punching from Montes. Makhnatkina is aggressive, stepping in there, but every time she steps in the pocket, Montes answers with something.
Big right hand landed from Makhnatkina there.
That really has been a battle of the right hands here.
Makhnatkina able to initiate a takedown sequence here. Has Abigail Montes on the mat, at least for now.
Montes might be giving up her back here.
Montes corner calling for a whizzer right in front of our broadcast position.
Montes doing a nice job using that whizzer, using that fence to stay off and not concede the takedown.
Good work getting back to her feet. And then a 1-2 and the 2 lands. Both women landing heavy strikes here in the first round. Another right hand sneaks over the guard for Marina Makhnatkina.
Yeah, they are definitely going for it.
Great awareness from both corners and both competitors, knowing what's at stake, a playoff spot. Can't win the $1 million if you don't make the playoffs, Kenny. Big right hand again.
Nice short, straight inside punches by Montes. Makhnatkina's right hand keeps finding a home as well.
Right hand landed again from Marina Makhnatkina. And another. Abigail Montes is going to have to figure out the defense to that right hand. They keep landing. Flurry again in the center of the smart cage.
Montes is so tough. She's eating a lot of clean shots right on the chin.
Another. Swinging away, both women cracking. And now Marina Makhnatkina presses Abigail Montes into the smart cage barrier.
Elena Kolesnik, 2 minutes left in the first round, watching intently.
See the live odds swinging in the favor of Marina Makhnatkina. Likely on account of that right hand continuing to land. You can see some serious welting on her left thigh from the leg kicks of Abigail Montes.
Here's Kolesnik, who is trying to advance into the playoffs. She's a minute and a half away from being able to do that. Watching intently here.
Off the cage, back to the center they go.
Nice job by Montes to clear the clinch there and get off the cage.
Left hook starts the combination from Makhnatkina. This time Abigail Montes is able to move more successfully away. Double jabs. I should say single jab from each. Ooh, another right hand. Makhnatkina has scored many, many times here in the first round with the right hand. Both the overhand and the straight. That time it was Montes on the slip and rip. Both women have 45 seconds to clinch a playoff spot. Expect the floor here. Good, strong jab from Abigail Montes. Stepped in behind it. And there's the flurry I was expecting. Makhnatkina misses on the combination. 15 seconds left in the first round. Elena Kolesnik smelling her playoff hopes getting closer, becoming a reality. Big right hand there from Makhnatkina, but it won't be enough to score a finish here. Kolesnik has punched her ticket. Celebration, elation. Ukraine stands up. Second round when we return. This third bout of the evening, heading into the second round, means that that woman, victorious earlier, Elena Kolesnik, has punched her ticket to the women's lightweight playoffs. That will take place August 20th in London, England. Justifiably very happy. Marina Makhnatkina in the blue trunks. Abigail Montes in the gray, still with business to attend to. FPR favors Makhnatkina. Neither of these women are officially out of the playoffs. A finish here in the second round keeps their hopes alive.
Yeah, both women really have been looking for that overhand right and have been landing it throughout this fight. There was a nice opportunity for Marina to hit that takedown. Briefly had a single leg there.
Now double unders for Marina Makhnatkina, 7-time combat sambo champion.
Montes doing a nice job of repummeling, not giving up that inside position. Marina wants to be inside and be able to capture those hips and put this on the ground.
And now Montes with the double unders in the body lock is able to turn Marina Makhnatkina's back to the cage.
That was a nice knee to the body off the break of the clinch there from Montes.
Montes is able to duck in, swing an overhand right, glanced off the guard partially. Good jab from Montes as well.
Yeah, I think that's what Montes needs to throw more. That jab was landing well for her. She's kind of abandoned it.
Strong right hand from Marina Makhnatkina. She scored with it a bunch of times in the first. Montes going back to the jab. Oh, big right hand again from Makhnatkina.
Yeah, that hurt Montes for sure.
No, Makhnatkina caught the kick. Montes spun out of it and landed a forearm strike to the neck meat. Now Makhnatkina pressing Abigail Montes, clinching tight. Great work by Montes to get out. Small victories there for Abigail Montes.
She shows some prowess in that clinch. She does a great job of staying clear and getting out of there.
High pace in this fight. It would appear that Abigail Montes might be a little fresher. There's a look inside Makhnatkina's corner.
Count the distance.
Little English and Russian there for the multilingual.
Might be seeing Makhnatkina fade a little bit here. You're seeing her take big breaths. Montes starting to be more effective in striking.
Montes pressing forward more now too. A little less foot movement from Makhnatkina. She's reaching with that right hand instead of moving her feet. And I think that's due to that leg kick. You can see that deep bruise on that lead leg.
Exchange of jabs between these two women. Head over to collectibleexchange.com for autograph event used gear and posters from your favorite PFL fighters. Collectibleexchange.com. 1 minute left here in the second round. Makhnatkina Montes. Now Makhnatkina drops on the low single. Head outside. Great balance until that step through for Makhnatkina.
That beautiful takedown there. I think she had enough of the striking from Montes, and I think wisely decides to take this fight to the mat. Excellent finish on that single.
Nice job on the single, level change, head outside single. Able to step across and trip. Trouble here.
Got the back of Abigail Montes after the scramble.
Makhnatkina has no ankle, but she's got the choke in, looking to hold herself on the back. And Montes hand fight. Now there's an ankle coming in. She's got one hook in.
Has 15 seconds left to survive. Tight choke here from Marina Makhnatkina. Abigail Montes not tapped, switches the grip to the short choke, does Makhnatkina.
Cinches it up.
Montes
to the chin.
Yeah, I believe it's on the chin.
Montes will not tap. We go to the third round. Abigail Montes survives the near scare. There's Marina Makhnatkina's corner. Randy, this was an almost finish from Marina.
There's the step across trip from the high single. Stays right in the guard. Able to push Montes over, scrambles, manages to take her back. She sinks in the choke. She doesn't have an anchor in yet. hard to choke without that anchor securing that back position.
You ready? Final line, you ready?
But she had it deep, but not under the chin, and couldn't get the tap.
Marina Makhnatkina in the blue, Abigail Montes in the gray. You can see the fighter performance rating. Thought that was a very even round. 1 point edge to Montes, who had more success in the striking, but the near finish from Makhnatkina scored.
And you can see swelling over the left eye of Makhnatkina. That is due to the right hand of Montes from that second round. Some brutal shots there.
Live odds would indicate that Makhnatkina is swinging into greater favor here, but Abigail Montes had a strong second round. And she appears to be the fresher fighter as we head into the third. Good jab, though, from Makhnatkina. Great heart from both of these fighters.
Yeah, this has been a back and forth fight. Makhnatkina now landing a nice right hand of her own.
Abigail Montes punching and kicking her way out of these clinches and brief clashes. Wants no part of backing up and getting anything put in her face. Oh, nice right hand from Marina Makhnatkina.
Good chin on Montes. She's taken a lot of those shots tonight, and not even a wobble. Makhnatkina's hitting her with everything but the kitchen sink, and she's still standing there smiling at him. There's the double leg attempt. Switches to the headlock. Montes not having it. Nice scramble.
Yeah, that was a great level change there by Makhnatkina. Just not able to finish. Montes doing a great job of getting that sprawl going.
Three minutes remain in this final round. Marina Makhnatkina, Abigail Montes. An incredible fight so far. Nice knee on the exit from Abigail Montes.
And she's doing a great job of winning that underhook battle as well, stopping a lot of those takedowns from Makhnatkina.
Good combination again from Abigail. This time Makhnatkina scores on the 1-2. Spinning attack misses. Montes able to duck just underneath it. An exchange of jabs, both of them landed. They clash and come right back.
I'm a little surprised by the live odds. I mean, this is a difficult fight to score, Mike.
It's a very close, very tight fight.
I mean, the FBR literally had a 1 point apiece in the second round. There's a nice double. Driving. Montes has great balance. Does a nice job of that little overreach.
Good strength, good balance. Makhnatkina stopped running her feet, I think, just a little too early on that takedown attempt. Montes made her pay for it. Inside of 2 minutes now. This fight very much up in the air, according to the people sitting here at this broadcast table.
Makhnatkina still effective with her striking, but she certainly looks more tired than Montes at this stage of the game.
Trying to wrestle herself into a control position here. Montes having none of it. Still strong right hands coming from Marina Makhnatkina. There's another check hook from Abigail Montes. Takedown attempt again from Makhnatkina. Stuffed.
Oh. Very good wrestling defense by Abigail Montes tonight. Repummels, the change of positions, stuffing the takedowns.
Yeah, absolutely, and then stays active right after that break off the clinch. She gets aggressive right off of that break.
Big right hand landed. Back and forth they go inside of 1 minute. An exchange of hooks. Another right hand from Makhnatkina. Abigail Montes does not care. Just turns her head and eats it.
Marina's hands really dropping into the ground.
Still exhausted.
She's still landing strikes.
Yeah.
It's
still there.
Montes is coming forward and eating on.
She's got a little wobble. Makhnatkina got a little wobble there.
And that'll do it. What a fight. Wow. Marina Makhnatkina and Abigail Montes with a banger. Back and forth affair here in the women's lightweight division. We'll see what fighter performance rating said about that third round. Here's our Gagenomics stats bundle presented by Geico. You saw 2 takedowns successful from Marina Makhnatkina. Not a high percentage though for her. She kept shooting. Great defense from Abigail Montes, who according to Gagenomics outthrew and outlanded Makhnatkina, but some big right hands among those 85 strikes landed for Marina. There's Marina Makhnatkina. Kenny, here's some replays.
Well, Marina got off to a great start in this fight. Landed some big right hands. Montes did as well. This was a back and forth fight. Both ladies landed some serious combinations, some serious right hands. Excellent leg kicks as well. Marina largely more effective on the ground, but did she do enough on the ground to sway the judges? There's a beautiful right hand right across the jaw of Makhnatkina. Montes wasn't able to stop that takedown. Marina getting on top there. She was able to get that rear naked choke. It was on the jaw. Wasn't able to get around the neck, stopping the blood flow. So Montes was not forced to tap there. Showed some toughness though. Doesn't mean you can't finish on the jaw. That is not comfortable to be in it. There's a great combination from Makhnatkina. Both women showed amazing heart, amazing durability. What a fight.
All right, fighter performance rating. Round 1 to Marina Makhnatkina, no surprise there. A very, very slight edge in round 2 to Abigail Montes, who found herself surviving a choke attempt at the end of that round. And then Abigail Montes is awarded round 3 according to our Smart Cage and fighter performance rating algorithm. All right, who won the fight? FPR says Montes. Randy and Kenny would agree. 3 commission judges have the official and final say, and it would appear they're taking some time in their deliberation. A tough fight to score.
It really was. I think, like FPR, the round 2 was the closest for me. I thought Montes was more effective on the feet, and of course, Makhnatkina very close with that submission at the end of that round.
It really boils down to that in my mind too, how you score round 2. Clear winners in round 1 and round 3.
Lillian Garcia has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Monica Ridgway scores the contest 30-27 for Makhnatkina. Judge Bradley Wade scores it 30-27 for Montes. And Judge Brent McKeon scores it 30-27 for your winner by split decision, earning 3 points in the women's lightweight division, Marina Makhnatkina.
Marina Makhnatkina gets the judges' decision, 30-27 on every scorecard. Just not the same winner on each of the scorecards.
Yeah, interesting. Anytime you leave it to the judges, you just don't know what's going to happen.
The second split decision loss inside the Smart Cage for Abigail Montes. Both of which, of course, as is often the case in split decisions, that might have gone the other way. Impressive fight from both women. I hope neither hang their head after this one. Really incredible bout. Here's another look at our women's lightweight standings. More action still to come on our main card on ESPN and simulcast here on ESPN+. Martina Jindrova, Larissa Pacheco, and Olena Kolesnik have punched their tickets. Will the final one go to Kayla Harrison? We'll see.
The PFL on ESPN Plus has been brought to you by Bud Light. Make good times great. Drink responsibly. Next Level Hydrogen Water, the official water of the PFL. Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save. And by Bose, the official sound of the PFL.
Welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia. Let's look at our Bud Light Selly section. People having fun. 3 fights down. More to come here at the Overtime Elite Arena. Here's our Bud Light knockout of the night. Of course, Martina Jindrova. Precision strikes, a first-round TKO, translating to 6 points and a playoff spot for the fighter out of Czech Republic. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian. The women's lightweight picture really starting to take shape. Of course, we still have Larissa Pacheco set to climb into the smart cage. Of course, Kayla Harrison and Caitlin Young in the main event tonight. So very much looking forward to those. And let's start with that main event, Randy. It's, you know, we're getting closer. Kayla Harrison, Caitlin Young. Kayla has the family here with her. Her daughter's actually going to be watching live tonight. Does that change the dynamic for her significantly?
Well, I think of all the titles that Kayla has won, I think taking on that title of mother has been something she's taken to very, very well. Here's a gal with obviously accolades for days. Transition skills are amazing. If you get into the clinch, the inside trip, the body locks are fantastic. The ground and pound is on point. She's become a very, very formidable, well-rounded mixed martial artist. And, I mean, maybe adding an ESPY to the list. She's an amazing, amazing athlete and fun to watch.
All right, and Caitlin Young looking to pull off the biggest upset in PFL history. What are going to be the keys for her?
You know, she does have the experience advantage. She's very well-rounded. She's good with her takedowns. She's good on the ground. But at the end of the day, she's going to have to use her experience in the striking realm to win this fight. Has to stop the takedown game. No easy task. She is coming in here very confident. You know, she feels she has no pressure. All the pressure is on Kayla here. But this is certainly the biggest fight of Caitlin's career.
You know, if we're talking about Kayla Harrison and Caitlin Young, how about Kayla Harrison being an ESPY nominee? Best MMA fighter nomination for Kayla Harrison, the only PFL fighter to be honored such, the only female fighter this year to be on the docket alongside Charles Oliveira, Kamaru Usman, Alexander Volkanovski. So some very, very prestigious company for Kayla Harrison. You can go vote at ESPN.com/ESPY. Help our girl out. We've got a main card coming. We've got a main event coming. Rory McDonald and Sada Busi still to come. 2 former welterweight champions. are on the card. We've got a lot of good stuff coming your way here. For Randy Couture, Katie Florian, Lily Garcia, Jonathan Coachman, Ian Parker, I'm Sean O'Connell. Coverage will continue shortly on ESPN and ESPN Plus. 6 more fights beginning at 8 Eastern. And of course, you do not want to miss that main event featuring the 2-time Olympic gold medalist, Kayla Harris.
Tonight on the Professional Fighters League, this card is stacked top to bottom.
A million ways, I only need one. A million moments, I only need one.
Welterweights and women's lightweights are going to bring down the house.
Oh, big shot. Big TKO.
Kayla.
Big punches for Kayla Harrison.
Brada.
Wow, I have chills.
And the Red King.
And there's the tab, Rory McDonald with a quick 6 points.
This card is on fire.
A million ways, I only need one. A million moments, I only need one.
Let's light this candle. You feel me?
What a fight.
The PFL starts right now, live on ESPN.
A million reasons, I only need one. A million reasons, I only need one.
Welcome back, PFL fight fans, to Atlanta, Georgia, and Overtime Elite Arena. Coming up, great action in the welterweight and women's lightweight divisions here at PFL 6. Kayla Harrison, Caitlin Young in the main event. Rory McDonald, Sada Busi in the co-main. Playoff spots on the line. What do playoff spots mean in the sport of mixed martial arts? Here's how the season works. Ten fighters per weight class, 6 different weight classes, 2 regular season fights for each. 3 points for wins, bonus points for finishes in any round. The top 4 fighters in each division will make the playoffs. $1 million and a beautiful gold belt to the champion in each weight class. Thanks to Puncher's Chance Kentucky Bourbon for clearing that up. Here's a look at our women's lightweight standings through 3 bouts tonight. Martina Jindrova punched her ticket. The results of that fight secured Larissa Pacheco and her 6 points. A spot, Elena Kolesnik. 2 decision victories, 6 points for her. There's Elena Kolesnik. A really strong performance from her. The second of the season. She still had to sweat it out. And that Marina Makhnatkina, Abigail Montes fight went into the second round, and she figured out she's headed to London. Next level hydrogen water, welterweight standings. All the welterweight action is still to come. Rory McDonald and Carlos Leal, 6 points apiece. Rory will fight in the co-main event. Carlos Leal gets a walkover victory because his bout fell off the card for medical reasons. Not his own medical reasons, his opponent. Delano Taylor, Al-Silawi, Sada Busi, all with 3 points. All right, we showed you the card. What about the odds? How are we betting this incredibly stacked affair? Well, we go to our experts, Jonathan Coachman, Ian Parker. Fellas, teach me.
Oh, John, it's great to see you again. 3rd week in a row. We're all fired up, Ian Parker, for the main card tonight. The very first fight, that's what we're talking about right now. Al-Silawi taking on my man, Umalatov. Now, patience is a virtue, Ian, because a couple of hours ago, his number was much higher. It has come down. So what do we play now?
Look, Al-Silawi was a bigger underdog earlier, and now Umalatov went from minus almost 200 down to minus 135. So we're going to shift gears. Originally, I had him by decision, which I still don't mind. But at that low number, I'm going to take him straight at minus 135. Look, you're talking about a guy good wrestler, good striking. And in Al-Silawi's last fight against Tyson Tebow, he was being taken down almost at will, and that decision could have gone either way. Against a strong wrestler, Umalatov, who's got very good striking, very aggressive, I like it at minus 135, way better than minus 190. I'm not afraid of the money coming in on Al-Silawi. Neither should you. We're taking this one at minus 135. My bet's in, Coach.
Yeah, it always protects us, too. 11 wins, 10 finishes, 7 in the first round. I like this play a lot better than decision. So let's watch it play out. It's time for the final night of the regular season to get underway on ESPN. Sean, back to you.
There's Jara Al-Silawi. Get warm, getting ready. An opportunity for him to punch a ticket to the playoffs. Magomed Umalatov only has this one chance to secure points to get himself a spot. That's next. The PFL on ESPN is brought to you by Bud Light. Make good times great. Drink responsibly. Redcon One, America's favorite supplement. Geico, switch today and see all the ways you could save. And by DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the PFL. Atlanta, Georgia playing host one last time to Professional Fighters League's regular season action. The welterweight standings set to be finalized tonight. Rory McDonald and Carlos Leal each holding 6 points. Delano Taylor, Jara Al-Silawi, Sada Busi. Decision victories for each. Good enough for 3 points. Our first welterweight bout of the evening brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. Jara Al-Silawi, Magomed Umalatov.
All right.
First fighter out of the blue corner, Magomed Umalatov. Magomed Umalatov goes by the nickname Prince. He is the youngest of many children. So, of course, the favorite, the baby of the family, as is often the case. He's undefeated, 11-0 in the sport of mixed martial arts. Trains an American top team in Coconut Creek, Florida, one of the premier camps in the world. He's one of 8 siblings, as I mentioned, that ultimately led to this nickname, and he explains how he got it.
Ну, это как сложилось так, что в семье мне дали мои старшие братья. У нас 8 детей в семье, 5 братьев и 3 сестры. Я самый младший, 8-й ребенок. И так получилось, что братья всегда шутили, что я самый младший, я принц. И как-то так оно привязался, этот никнейм. С тех пор я как принц.
And fighting out of the red corner will be Jindrova Al-Silawi, the Jordanian Lion. Top prospect in mixed martial arts out of the Middle East, a former 2-division champion in the Brave organization. Jindrova Al-Silawi earned a PFL contract in our 2022 Challenger Series and then made a triumphant return home to Jordan.
كان جو كتير حلو، الكل كان يشجعني والكل كان عنده هوايات مختلفة، فهذا الجو بعطيك دافع وحماس حتى أنت تكمل.
All right, let's take a look at the keys to victory here. For Jindrova Al-Silawi, he's got to use his kicks and counters to diffuse that pressure from Umalatov. And for Umalatov, he's got to use his combination striking to overwhelm Al-Silawi, really bring that pressure and mix in those takedowns.
Tail of the tape brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. Both of these fighters are 30 years of age. Magomed Umalatov is the taller man at 6'1". Both weighed in at the welterweight limit. Reach advantage favors Magomed Umalatov in both the arms and the legs. Fighting first out of the blue corner. Undefeated record of 11 wins and 0 losses, 9 knockouts, 1 submission. Magomed Prince Umalatov. His opponent in the red corner carries a mixed martial arts record of 18 wins, 3 losses, 7 by knockout, 5 submission victories. For the Jordanian Lion, Jindrova Al-Silawi. Referee in charge, Jimmy Neely.
Wayne, back to your corners. We'll get to start in a minute.
Referee is equipped with the ref cam. Jindrova Al-Silawi in the blue, Magomed Umalatov in the gray. Jindrova Al-Silawi can punch his playoff ticket with a finish in any round. Magomed Umalatov needs an early finish here.
Umalatov said he's not going to be reckless. He knows he needs to finish in the first round, but a win is more important.
I expect a very exciting fight, but a very technical fight as well.
5-fight win streak for Jindrova Al-Silawi. Of course, Umalatov yet to taste defeat in his mixed martial arts career. Back in season 1, Kenny, you might not remember season 1. It was so long ago. I won a championship that year.
You did?
In any case, Ghassan Umalatov, the older brother of Magomed, was part of our middleweight roster that season.
Both men showing a lot of respect so far. A little bit hesitant to close that distance, but this is where Al-Silawi needs to be careful up against the cage. That's where Umalatov will explode just like that.
Nice frame here by Jarrah Al-Silawi temporarily. Umalatov negates it. It's been a significant layoff for Umalatov, almost a year since he fought last. I asked if he was worried about ring rust. He said, no, I train at American Top Team. He's been active in the gym, helping other guys get ready for fights. I also asked him what injury kept him out of his first regular season bout. He wouldn't tell me. Said it's a secret. Saw Al-Silawi land a hook. Both men very careful with their strike selection here. As you mentioned, Kenny, respecting the power of their opponent.
And Umalatov loves to move forward, but he has a lot of respect for the counter ability of Al-Silawi. Al-Silawi throws some excellent counters, both with his hands and that knee.
Put your fingers, guys.
Umalatov said he wants to use his wrestling defensively and keep this fight in a standing position.
Inside leg kick there from Umalatov. Silawi tries to land the long left hand, switches stances. Nice clinch and a knee there from Umalatov.
Yeah, I think Al-Silawi is hesitant in moving forward. I believe he thinks Umalatov's going to try to take him down.
As a kickboxer, it becomes an issue, right? You get too carried away striking, and it makes it easy for that guy to change levels, get under you, and get to your body and take you down.
Umalatov through the combination there. The hook landed at least partially. Interesting that Al-Silawi would fear the...
Oh! Nice little back fist there by Umalatov. That rock out. Oh! He's out! He's out!
Jarrah Al-Silawi out cold! 6-point first round finish for Makhnatkina Umalatov.
Did exactly what he wanted to do. It was all set up by a very short back fist, guys. Wow, it stunned Al-Silawi. And then that right hand finished it off. My goodness, what a knockout.
Makhnatkina Umalatov, the 10th knockout of his undefeated mixed martial arts career. I was trying to make the point as that sequence unfolded.
Oh, yeah, right.
That, interesting strategy to respect the takedown ability of the guy who has so many knockouts.
Right, I mean, both these guys have so many weapons. They showed a lot of respect for each other. That's why. It only takes one little mistake.
Zig when you should have zagged.
Yeah, wow. Well, here it is. They were very patient throughout this fight. There's a nice kick. And look at this little back fist. Dropped him to one knee. That stunned him. Umalatov going for the kill. Beautiful. Right hand right on the button. Put Al-Silawi out for good. My goodness. Little back fist. It doesn't have to be a big shot. It just has to be an accurate shot. And Al-Silawi never saw that punch coming. He was trying to get his bearings. He was trying to circle away from power, but that right hand finished the job. You see the legs go stiff for Al-Silawi.
Snaps a 5-fight win streak for Jarrah Al-Silawi and keeps the O intact in the loss column for Makhnatkina Umalatov.
Just kind of dips and goes up and over the hands of Al-Silawi as he was trying to get away. Al-Silawi is now back on the stool, albeit with some help, but that was a nasty one. Here he is. Umalatov goes to the body, just a little back fist right there, short shot. Wow.
Nothing short about that last one. Holy cow. Little back fist looked like it hit him right on the neck.
Yes.
Well, that is certainly a way to announce your presence in an already stacked PFL welterweight division as we take a look at the Geico Cagenomics stats bundle. Umalatov landed 10, but it was that big right hand that finished it off.
Gentlemen, let's make it official. Blue right here on my right, red right here on my left.
Let's look at the Air Force Reserve prep point. Two-time welterweight champion here in the PFL, Ray Cooper III, getting ready. The finish in this last fight now puts even more pressure on Brada. If he wants to secure a playoff spot, he's going to need that first round finish. Fighter performance rating, only one way to score a perfect 100. Kenny, do you have any idea how to score a perfect 100?
Is it a finish, Sean?
Yes, I think you should get like a 105 for a finish like that one. But they don't listen to me. Because Lillian Garcia, her voice quit on her, that means I have the official decision. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Jim Neely has called out to the bout at 3 minutes, 33 seconds in round number 1. Your winner by knockout and earning 6 points in the welterweight division, Magomed Prince Umalatov. That moves Magomed Umalatov into third place in the welterweight standings. Rory McDonald still to come. Carlos Leal with the walkover victory. No chance for him to earn more than the 6 he's already got. Umalatov with 6 for that big finish. Let's take another look at it.
Nice job with a little back fist from the front kick. Surprised Al-Silawi. I can't even say his name now. That was such a vicious knockout. That right hand right on the button. Al-Silawi, unexpected, got him right on the neck and stunned him. Smelling the blood, Umalatov chases him down, finds that big right hand right on the button.
So Magomed Umalatov, very happy. Magomed Karimov, the season 1 champion, watching backstage, happy for his friend. And we'll try to prove who the best Magomed on the card is later tonight. Larissa Pacheco, for now, 6 points. Can she secure more? She's already clinched a playoff spot, but she wants the #1 seed. And Jenna Fabian won the battle against the scale. Can she get it done against the power puncher from Brazil? Pacheco Fabian next. Sean O'Connell, Kenny Florian, Randy Couture here beside the PFL Smart Cage. Still to come. 5 more incredible fights as we finalize the playoff pictures in the women's lightweight division and the men's welterweight divisions. Magomed Umalatov already scored a win and 6 points, putting him for now in the playoff picture. You can see the odds next to Kayla Harrison in that main event. Prohibitive favorite, as is Ray Cooper III when he takes on Brent Cooper. How are we betting this card? We've got experts for that. The coach and Ian Parker. Tell us.
Sean, thank you very much. We'll get to Larissa Pacheco in a second. But Ian, first, I want to go back to the last fight in a great way to educate people at home that may not be that up on MMA betting. We started the day as minus 190, minus 180, but the number came down. So you changed what we were leaning into from what to straight, and why was that important?
I was leaning into Umalatov by decision based on Al-Silawi never really being finished and due to Umalatov's wrestling, but his striking looked fantastic. Now, Coach, to your point, we saw those odds drop drastically, which means money was coming the other side, but that didn't scare us because that does not change the style or the matchup. So if you have an opportunity to not jump on a prop and just go for a win, you go for it, we take it, and we banked on it.
Yeah, it certainly did. It protected us from the decision, which we would have lost. Instead, we cashed for everybody, which is a great thing. Now, let's spin it forward to our next fight. We got Pacheco right at the top of these women's rankings. Now, nobody can feel comfortable. Jenna Fabian on the other side, she needs a miracle, but she made weight, so that's a positive. What does the big board say?
The big board right now, Larissa Pacheco at minus 475, but Jenna Fabian is an excellent striker, kickboxing champion, so this may be one of those fights where Pacheco might test the stand-up, but use her ground game, which she actually has a better ground game than her striking, which may surprise people based on her last 3 performances. So we're going to lean on our fight props. Now, you know, by finish, minus 125, not bad, but I'm going to play a little bit safer. I'm going to play a little bit more juice. My apologies. Let's go back to that. And we're going to take it to be finished inside the distance at minus 190. Therefore, whether it's submission, knockout, as long as either fighter gets it done, because Fabian needs a first-round finish, and Pacheco is looking to finish to set the tone and keep that first-round spot. I like it, Coach. We're going to bet it.
Yeah, that's a key phrase, setting the tone, because you got to remember there's 4 women that make it to the playoffs. Pacheco does not want to face Kayla Harrison in the semis. You only want to do it one time, and that's for the $1 million. So what's about to happen? We've got our bet in. Sean, back to you.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Ian. Starting off this main card hot, as the Duck often does. There's a look at our PFL Smart Cage, powered by Flagship Solutions Group, an IBM partner. Here's our women's lightweight standings. So far, Martina Jindrova fought earlier tonight. First round finish gives her 9 total points and a trip to the playoffs. Kolesnik also won earlier tonight by decision. 6 points guarantees her a spot in London. Larissa Pacheco now fighting for the top seed. She's already got 6 points and a playoff spot. We will see what Kayla Harrison can do later tonight in the main event. This next bout in the women's lightweight division brought to you by Ortho. 3 5-minute rounds. Larissa Pacheco and Jenna Fabian. Fighting first out of the blue corner, Jenna Fabian. She got the upset win versus Julia Budd in her last fight. She's a 2018 World Muay Thai champion. Was also at one time part of the New Zealand junior national team in track and field. Incredible athlete, Jenna Fabian. Jenna Fabian will need a finish in the first or second round just to stay alive in the playoff race. She intends on leaving it all in the smart cage tonight.
I'm ready to go out like on my shield this Friday. I've got nothing to lose, like absolutely nothing to lose, and that's my entire mindset with that. And it's a very real feeling. It's a very real feeling. I'm not just saying this for camera, like.
And her opponent, Larissa Pacheco. Runner-up in this women's lightweight division back in 2019, riding 3 straight knockout victories, all in the first round. She took Kayla Harrison the distance twice, both of those losing efforts back in 2019. Wants a rematch desperately. Pacheco loves being in her native Brazil, but she told us why preparing in the U.S. is actually more advantageous this season.
Mas eu tenho material competente lá também. A diferença é que aqui eu tô isolada de tudo e de todos, de problemas familiares, de problemas externos, de problemas conjugais, de qualquer coisa. Eu só sou atleta aqui, então faz com que tudo seja melhor, mais tranquilo para mim.
Very excited for this fight. Let's take a look at the keys to victory here. For Pacheco, she needs to get in the boxing range, stay aggressive, and put Jenna on her back in this fight. And for Jenna Fabian, she obviously needs to stop that takedown and stay in kicking range. Her being the taller, rangier fighter, that's where she wants to be.
Our tail of the tape for this women's lightweight affair brought to you by Ortho. Jenna Fabian is 5 years older. She is 6 inches taller, weighed in a pound heavier. 5-inch reach advantage for Jenna Fabian on the arms, 2 inches on the legs. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. An MMA record of 5 wins, 2 losses with 3 knockouts. Representing Auckland, New Zealand, Jenna Fabian. Her opponent fighting out of the red corner, representing Marituba, Brazil, carrying a mixed martial arts record of 16 wins, 4 losses, 7 by way of knockout, 8 submissions. Larissa Pacheco. Referee in charge, Blake Grice. Blake Grice is equipped with our referee cam. He can take us up close and personal inside the action. 3 5-minute rounds. Larissa Pacheco in the blue, Jenna Fabian in the gray. Southpaw stance for Fabian. Right hand immediately from Pacheco, closing the distance. Nice inside leg kick and a combination. And already Jenna Fabian in trouble, trying to wrestle her way out of that stunning right hand.
Yeah, there's that power from Pacheco. She has Fabian hurt big time. Jenna actually tried to go for a takedown. You don't see that very often. Now Pacheco trying to return Fabian down to the canvas here.
Not the start of this fight that Jenna Fabian wanted, Randy, but I got to give her credit for wrestling her way out of some trouble. She was stunned.
Very interesting that she chose to shoot that shot and get out of trouble. So far, she's getting some breathing room here and trying to find a way out from the bottom. Pacheco in full mount now.
Yeah, not a good spot for her up against the cage. Pacheco trying to control that arm, trying to stop that right arm from escaping, shrimping out.
Finish in any round will give Pacheco the #1 seed in this division.
That's exactly what she
arm
wanted.
Triangle coming.
Tries to set up this arm triangle. Jenna Fabian trying to buy herself some space.
There's the arm triangle, just sinking in.
Yeah, that's tight.
It's tight, very tight.
Larissa Pacheco.
The angle.
Squeezing away on this arm triangle.
She's
Jenna
gonna go out.
Fabian is fighting it. Tries to turn in. It looks like she may be losing consciousness here, but no, buys herself a
Gets
little
her shoulder
space.
down. Certainly responding and turning the right way, but Pacheco's got it in pretty tight.
She regrips, does Larissa Pacheco.
I think Jenna's chin is still kind of blocking the choke. The shoulder of Pacheco needs to go a little bit lower.
Pacheco climbs off the mount. She might be able to get her hips lower and find that angle to get the choke and the pressure on the carotid artery.
Well, she's continuing to squeeze, but is riding even higher now.
Jenna showing a lot of composure to fight out of this, but That's looking a little bit tighter now. Position looks a little bit better for Pacheco, but Jenna, you see, trying to relieve the pressure by pulling down on the shoulder of Pacheco. That's the right thing to do.
Valiant effort there, and Larissa Pacheco abandons the choke attempt and goes to work with the left hand. In the mount here, Fabian faced with the decision of trying to give up her back. And that will be enough. The referee waves it off halfway through round number 1. 4th straight first round knockout victory with the TKO for Larissa Pacheco. 6 points and the number 1 spot in the women's lightweight stand.
And she has yet to really break a sweat in 4 fights here in the PFL. Unbelievable.
The Queen, Kayla Harrison, looking on, either with authentic or feigned disinterest at the results. Larissa Pacheco on a different level, physically, tactically, aggression-wise. Credit to Jenna Fabian for the defense and the experience that she's gaining in the sport of mixed martial arts, trying to find a way out of these really compromised positions, but Larissa Pacheco 2 steps ahead the whole way, Randy.
Yeah, the aggression and the power that she's grown into has just been the difference with all of these fights. That's what 4 first-round knockouts now.
Cageonomics Stats Bundle brought to you by Geico. Power punches and a takedown, and Larissa Pacheco rides that victory to the number 1 seed.
Welcome back to PFL action, where our men's welterweights and women's lightweights have been going at it tonight. And here's a look at our Bose listening lounge. The Bose Quiet Comfort 45 headphones are world-class noise cancellation, so you can focus on whatever you're listening to. There's Larissa Pacheco, who looked
very
phenomenal
aggressive
tonight, Randy.
Pacheco. There's the inside kick, breaks the balance of Jenna Fabian. Left hook, right cross, right on the money. It was all downhill from there. She picked her shots well, had Fabian in trouble. There's the hook, the straight right on the button. Rare to see a Muay Thai world champion shoot a double leg. There's the trip. Pacheco in good position, ends up right in the mount. She's got arm triangle here, cage in the way a little bit. We need to get the proper angle to get the proper pressure on the carotid artery. Hips a little too high. Trying to make the adjustment. Jenna Fabian doing an amazing job to survive. Gives up the choke, postures up, and rains down the shots. Ground and pound in full display by Larissa Pacheco, solidifying the #1 seed in the women's lightweight division. Here again, picking her shots from a high mount. Landing shots as Larissa Pacheco. Referee has seen enough and steps in.
And Randy, we've seen a Pacheco even since last year that has been so confident. And you can see it from her performances. I mean, this is exactly why she is so confident. She's getting these first-round finishes. This is 4 in a row for her. And she's doing it against very good competition. You see her fighter performance rating there, getting a perfect 100 because of that finish there in round 1. And Sean O'Connell is in the smart cage with the official result.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Blake Grice has called a halt to this bout at 2 minutes, 39 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by TKO, earning 6 points, and the #1 seed in the women's lightweight division, Larissa Pacheco.
All right, there are the women's standings. Larissa Pacheco at the top with 12 points, undefeated this year. 2 first-round knockouts, just looking dominant so far. And Sean O'Connell is in the cage with our winner. Sean.
Thank you, Kenny. I'm here with the winner, Larissa Pacheco, first-round TKO victory. Another impressive performance, and more importantly, the #1 seed, just like you wanted. How does that feel?
Aqui com a Larissa Pacheco, mais uma finalização do primeiro round. Primeira na colocação aí, como você tinha esperado. Como é que você está se sentindo?
Obrigado a todos que estão aqui, vieram prestigiar o evento. Eu fiz tudo que eu consegui ver, com calma, com tranquilidade. Eu estou treinada, eu falei que cheguei para ganhar esse evento e eu vim e mostrei o meu trabalho.
I'd like to thank everyone that came out to Atlanta to support me. I did everything I said I was going to do. I stayed calm, cool, and collected. I'm well trained, I'm ready to go, and I'm going to win it this year.
You finished this as a TKO, but it looked like maybe you were going to lock up that arm triangle choke. It was very tight. Did you think she was going to tap?
Você terminou com um nocaute técnico, mas pareceu ali que você ia fechar aquele katagatame. Estava muito apertado, você sentiu que ela ia bater?
Sim, eu senti que ela ia bater algumas vezes, só que eu estava fora da posição, então eu não estava conseguindo encaixar perfeitamente. Encaixei com as pernas, mas eu vi que ela ia resistir e aí eu fui para a ignorância mesmo.
Yeah, it was really tight. I thought she was going to tap once or twice. I was in a good spot with my legs, but I felt like my arm could have been in a better position. Once I noticed she was not going to tap, I just let it go, and I just went stupid. I just kept on pounding at her.
Either way, a first-round finish, 6 points, #1 seed, Larissa Pacheco. And there is the queen, Kayla Harrison, two-time women's lightweight champion, coming off a decision victory in her first regular season bout, which for her is below the very high standard she set for herself.
After 3 rounds of action, all 3 judges scored the bout 30-27. For your winner by unanimous decision, Kayla Harrison!
I was obviously not super pleased with my last performance. I felt like I left something to be desired. I always expect myself to go out there and get a finish, one way or the other.
Kayla Harrison once again puts her opponent away.
So that was a good moment for me. I didn't get the results that I personally wanted, and that motivates me. So I went back and I worked twice as hard. I'm undefeated for a reason, but there are nights where, for whatever reason, I don't have that same pop. I don't have that same ability. I'm still progressing. This isn't a hobby for me. I videotape every single one of my sparring sessions. I have video review with my coaches. We break down every single fight. We break down every single opponent. We don't leave any stone unturned. I watch every single movement I make in slow-mo, and I figure it out, and I close the holes. So I'm getting better. I know I'm getting better.
Here's the armbar. There goes the armbar attempt, and there's the tap. Kayla Harrison remains undefeated and secures back-to-back PFL championships.
You look at my career, for judo especially, I competed quite a bit. And the PFL, you compete quite frequently. So having that layoff, I think, gave me a little bit of ring rust. You know, just the nerves were a little bit higher. The pressure felt a little bit more. I needed to get back into my comfort zone. This is what I was born for. Whereas now, I just did this 7 weeks ago. So I feel good. I feel confident.
There's Kayla Harrison. Still yet to start the warm-up in earnest. She'll be up later tonight. One half of our main event in the women's lightweight division. Up next, more welterweight action. There's the season 1 welterweight champion, Maga Millions. Magomed Karimov will take on Delano Taylor. Started the season as an alternate. His skill set would dictate he should be in this season. Next. Welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia, Professional Fighters League regular season action. And there's a look at the Bud Light Celly section. Everybody having a good time. Incredible action inside of the Smart Cage. More still to come. One half of our co-main event is Rory McDonald. He's there in the Air Force Reserve prep point. Standing here beside the PFL Smart Cage, Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian, and a man who needs no introduction, cultural icon here in Atlanta, producer, composer, musical artist, Jermaine Dupri. Collaborations with Jay-Z, Destiny's Child, Queen Latifah, many, many more, but most importantly now, collaborations with us.
Yeah, with you guys. What's going on? This is where it's at right now.
And now also vegan ice cream maker, distributor, purveyor.
Yes.
Tell me about this passion project.
Well, I've been vegan for almost a decade, for longer than a decade, and I just needed this. It's really, I made this for me. For whenever I would go places like this or go out, vegans, we never really have a sweet, you know what I mean, or have a dessert or anything like that. So I just wanted to make something that was work for us, and it just took off. Everybody wants to have it. Non-vegans, vegans, everybody. And it's, I mean, it's delicious.
I'm surprised that Sean hasn't stolen that from you yet.
I mean,
impressive.
I'm not vegan.
He want my sneakers, though.
Yeah, he does. I'm not vegan, but I will be eating some of that delicious apple butter flavor.
Yeah, apple butter.
Okay, I'm going to have it.
Yes.
Now let's talk about the fights. You might be a good luck charm for us because since you walked in this building, we got finish, first round finish, quick sixes all over the place.
Yeah, was that the two, right?
Two of them,
Yeah.
You like the action
I like
so
the
far?
quick six thing.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to see, like, a little bit more of that.
All right, well, we've got a couple more legends. Rory McDonald, Ray Cooper III, a two-time welterweight champion. There he is right there, getting warm.
Yeah.
This man has the greatest punching power in both hands in the welterweight division worldwide, at least for my money. So I think Ray Cooper III might give us another quick six.
And that's his power.
That's his thing. That's his thing. And he needs a quick six to keep his playoff hopes alive. So everything pointing to more action for Jermaine Dupri's pleasure and for our viewing pleasure as well as we take in the rest of this card on ESPN and simulcast on ESPN.
Can't wait to see this.
Here's our welterweight standings. Rory McDonald, 6 points. He's at one half of the main event coming up, co-main event, later. Carlos Leal, a decision victory and then a walkover victory, give him 6 points. You saw the quick six from Magomed Umalatov. That happened earlier tonight. Delano Taylor about to step into the Smart Cage. Sada Boussi, he'll face Rory McDonald later. And Jarrah Al-Silawi, 3 points. He's 1-1 now after getting knocked out by Magomed Umalatov. Here's our next welterweight contest, brought to you by Bravago Bold Seltzer, Magomed Karimov, Magamillions, as we call him, and Delano Taylor.
Who you got?
Fighting first out of the blue corner, Delano Taylor. Delano Taylor, the postman, on an 8-fight win streak. The Titan FC welterweight champion can clinch a playoff spot with a finish in any round. He actually scored an upset victory earlier in this regular season, and now he's looking to deliver a second time with that playoff spot on the line.
There's definitely a chance for $1 million. I was manifesting this from the beginning, like, oh, okay, go in Challenger Series, boom. At the end of the day, they have me on call when I'm ready. I'm gonna show up. All I need is opportunity. I've been saying this for years. Like, all we need is opportunity. And when the opportunity shows, I'm gonna be ready for it.
His opponent fighting out of the red corner, Magomed Karimov. Magamillion, 2018 PFL welterweight champion. Also a runner-up to Ray Cooper III. Best guillotine choke in the sport of mixed martial arts. One opportunity for him to earn points as he had visa issues first time around in this 2022 regular season. Maga needs a finish just to stay alive. This former champion remains steadfast in the goal of winning a second title.
Да, конечно, мне это очень важно, очень принципиально. Пока я не выиграю заново пояс, я не буду ощущать удовольствия от жизни, можно сказать.
All right, let's take a look at the keys to victory here for both men. For Magomed, he needs that forward pressure. That's when he's at his best, stringing together those combinations. And for Delano Taylor, he needs to play the counter fighter out there, and he's very good at that, and of course needs to stop that takedown.
Tail the tape for this welterweight feature brought to you by Bravago Gold Seltzer. Magomed Karimov is 7 years older. It is Delano Taylor who is the taller fighter. Taylor with the reach advantage on the arms. Magomed Karimov, reach advantage on the legs. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. A mixed martial artist with a record of 9 wins and 1 loss. 2 knockouts, 2 submissions. Representing Jamaica, the postman, Delano Taylor. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. Carries a pro mixed martial arts record of 28 wins and 6 losses. 10 knockouts, 9 submissions. The season 1 PFL welterweight champion, Maga Millions, Magomed Karimov. Referee in charge, Rob Hines. Delano Taylor in the gray trunks. Magomed Karimov in the blue. Delano Taylor could secure a playoff spot with a finish in any round. As Kenny mentioned, added motivation for Magomed Karimov. If he can get a finish in the first or second, he will knock Ray Cooper III out of the playoffs, his old nemesis.
A lot of us know how dangerous Magomed Karimov is, but not many know about Delano Taylor. He's a guy with a lot of skills and a lot of confidence, and he's not going to give an inch to Magomed Karimov tonight.
He's on an 8-fight win streak as well. Big step up in competition for Delano Taylor, facing the former PFL champion. Switching his stance there briefly for Taylor. Trains down in South Florida.
Maga trying to set up that right hand. And he usually does a great job of utilizing his strikes to go right into his takedowns and hits them very, very quickly.
Stomp kick to the lead leg there from Maga. We've seen him use that before. Some success. Delano Taylor, a little bit of chip on the shoulder as he was part of the Challenger Series. Nice body shot from Taylor. Victorious there, but the contract was awarded to Jindrova Al-Silawi. And he came in as an alternate, upset Joao Zeffirino. Still alternate status until very last second replacement steps in the second half of the regular season to take on Magomed Karimov here. Nice movement and counter striking there from Delano Taylor. This only his 11th pro mixed martial arts bout. Maga has more than 3 times that experience.
Taylor's head movement is ridiculous. He's dodged so many of those big shots.
Yeah, he's a cool customer. Almost got hit with that high kick, though. Maga mixing it up nicely, but hasn't found an entry point into the legs of Taylor just yet.
Last year in season 3, Karimov was in the exact same scenario. He had one opportunity to earn points in a playoff spot. He needed a first-round finish. He came through with a first-round finish. As he comes in behind a right hand and a left hook, Taylor retreats. A lot of pressure on Maga to get back to the form that we saw from him in season 1.
You want to fight? Good? Watch your groin. Fight.
That flying knee attempt may have glanced off the cup of Taylor, but he's willing to get right back to it. Jabs to the body.
Nice takedown from Maga. Powerful takedown there by Maga.
Beautiful level change. Did a nice job with the second effort. Even with one leg captured, managed to get the takedown.
Maga has excellent ground and pound. You also have to watch out for his Ezekiel choke, which he'll try to go for inside close guard.
1 minute remaining here in this first round. You see Ray Cooper III getting warm backstage. He'll need a finish in his second regular season bout to punch a ticket to the playoffs.
Delano showing some good defense, though, so far. He's utilizing those legs as frames, pushing on the hips, creating some space.
We've also seen Delano Taylor attack that lead leg of Karimov. Big right hand coming down from the top. Nice ground and pound there from Maga. Taylor is able to compromise his balance, but needs 2 right hands on the way up.
Oh, beautiful Maga. Beautiful Uchimata there by Maga.
Inside of 10 seconds now as Maga in the close guard of Delano Taylor. An exciting first round comes to a close. We'll see the second frame next. There's a look at the corner of Karimov. Pahumpa working on his fighter.
Big swing and a miss by Karimov. Taylor trying to get good position with the overhook. Karimov with the beautiful Uchimata. Secures top position right as the bell sounds.
Probably a tear in the eye of Kayla Harrison backstage.
I'm telling you, that was
excellent judo.
It was very pretty, beautiful execution.
There's Maga in the blue trunks, Delano Taylor in the gray. Taylor already holding 3 points in the welterweight standings to guarantee himself a playoff spot with a finish. Maga needs a finish in this round to keep the hopes alive.
Taylor took more of a counter fighter approach in round 1. It seems like he's trying to be the aggressor here, is moving forward against Maga here in round 2.
Yeah, agree. He gave ground in the first round, and I think that played into Maga's footwork and ability to land some shots. Now he's taking the aggressive role, see if it turned the table.
Taylor likes the combination with the lead jab to the face and then the right hand to the body afterward. He's thrown it a couple times here in the early part of round number 2. As you see the live odds swinging even more in the favor of Karimov, who started as a heavy favorite.
Yeah, and it's not a bad idea, you know, for Taylor going for that right hand to the body of Maga, because he is expecting a level change, and that will throw off a guy who's looking for that takedown. You are getting hit with those body shots.
Oh, big right hand there. Magomed Karimov, speed on the strikes. As we take a look at the Acronis fight tracker, tracking Maga. A lot of this fight has taken place in the center of the smart cage.
Maga really is very quick, and he does a great job of disguising his punches by throwing a lot of feints, a lot of level changes. Uses a lot of variety from that outside position.
I can't tell you how impressed I am with Delano Taylor, though. Only 11 fights into his pro mixed martial arts career, accounting so well for himself against someone as dangerous as Magomed Karimov. Clearly, Maga showing a lot of respect to Taylor's ability and power.
And Taylor's coming in here confident. You know, a lot of people saw that as a big upset win over Joao Zeferino, a guy who was finishing a lot of people here in the PFL. Showed serious composure in that one.
The finish and in round by Magomed Karimov keeps him alive in the playoff standings. Ray Cooper paying attention very closely in this round, because if Maga can get a finish in this round, that puts Ray Cooper out of the standings.
There's Cooper backstage. Halfway through round number 2. A careful strategic striking battle in this second frame between these two fighters. Delano Taylor slaps an inside leg kick. Big right hand. And Maga has Delano Taylor on skates.
Yeah, he's still hurt.
Definitely hurt.
Good movement, though, from Taylor. Looks to be at least partially recovered. Very composed. Landed a counter strike there. Maga still staying aggressive.
Taylor has that lead on way too low. Maga's going to look for that right hand again.
Yep, there it is.
Taylor stumbling back against the barrier here. Eyes open, though. Oh, lucid. Flying the attempt there from Maga. Oh, and another right hand.
What is keeping him standing?
Taylor has got an unbelievable chin.
Got some chin on him. And the referee weighs in.
Wow.
Big stoppage victory for Magomed Karimov with 90 seconds remaining in round number 2. 5 points.
Ray Cooper sees the lights go out on his hopes for the playoffs.
A hard pill to swallow for Brada. Eliminated with that result. Magomed Karimov. When the pressure is on, every time this guy
steps up
and finds a way to get the finish that he needs. His hopes are very much alive. Far from guaranteed at this point that he'll be in the playoffs.
Yeah. The speed, the footwork. I mean, oh.
Geico Cagenomics stats bundle. 2 takedowns for Maga. We saw those in the first round. Big right hands proved to be the ultimate decider. The first PFLX Fighter Pack drop is live. Don't miss your chance to collect NFTs from your favorite fighters. Buy now on PFLX.io. Makhnatkina Karimov inside of the smart cage, victorious. Randy Couture, Sean O'Connell, Kenny Florian beside the PFL smart cage, and boy, it was these right hands.
Level change, overhand right counter to the inside kick by Taylor, right on the money. Here's the left hook, right hand again. This one again shakes Taylor up pretty well. Tell you what, a lot of other guys would have hit the deck after a couple of those. Holy cow, I'm not sure what kept him standing. There it is from a different angle, right on the button. Here he's got him trapped against the fence. He's still hurt. The flying knee almost hits the mark, just misses, and that right hook lands solid. Again, picking his shots, staying at range, and the referee has seen enough. Here's the overhand right, left hook.
It's interesting. It appeared Delano Taylor was almost looking at the referee, asking for that stoppage.
Yeah, I mean, certainly didn't have a problem with it. He was hurt. He was wobbly.
Even if we could get that angle again, even mid-combination, maybe he just wasn't fully wits about him. But looking to the referee. There's the fighter performance rating. Favoring Makhnatkina Karimov in the first frame, and of course, getting a finish means he scores a perfect 100 in the second. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Rob Hines has called a halt to the bout. 3 minutes and 26 seconds into round number 2. Your winner by TKO and earning 5 points in the welterweight division, Magomed Karimov. So for now, he will move into 4th place in the PFL welterweight standings. Roy McDonald and Carlos Leal have both clinched. We have more welterweight action still to come. We know that the 2-time champion Ray Cooper III, because of missing weight last time, is now eliminated. There's Carlos Leal, knowing he punched his ticket. Relief at the clinch. He wanted to fight tonight. His fight fell off the card because of medical reasons, not his own medical problems.
He's been an amazing find for the PFL, who came off the PFL Challenger Series, Sean. We were impressed with his very first appearance here, and man, has he delivered.
You know, I had to fight 5 times to win my Season 1 belt. Carlos Leal's trying to one-up me. He says, I'm going to be the first guy to win the title by winning 6 times in 1 year.
Way more efficient approach than that.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Kenny Florian?
You worked
Carlos. Brother Ray Cooper III just got the bad news backstage that he will not be making another trip to the playoffs. But he's still looking for 2 checks and a knockout victory. Brett Cooper, coming off a loss to Rory McDonald, still has a shot at these welterweight playoffs. He's got a bunch of knockouts to his name as well. 2 strikers next. PFL on ESPN is brought to you by Bose, the official sound of the PFL. Redcon One, America's favorite supplement. The United States Air Force Reserve. Learn more at afreserve.com. And by Bravago, the official bold seltzer of the PFL. This season, PFL fans can vote on the fan favorite finish with a $2,500 bonus awarded to the winning PFL fighter. All you need to vote is the PFL fan token, which is available at Socios.com. Download the Socios.com app, get your fan token, and participate in votes that shape the league. All right, a lot of action already unfolding in the Smart Cage. For an update on how we're betting this main card, we go to our experts, the coach, and Ian Parker.
Sean, thank you very much. I just put out a tweet about, 15, 20 minutes ago, and I told everybody, if you want to lean into something, Ian, lean into the unders. Motivation is a big-time factor tonight. However, in our next fight, that motivation just might have been taken out. How do you see this one with Ray Cooper III now out of contention for the playoffs?
Ray Cooper is here. He's still Ray Cooper. He wants to erase that last fight that he had. He wants to come out. He wants to at least go out with a bang. At least how that's I would feel for Ray Cooper. So I'm going to go here by KO or TKO. I really think he still gets it done here early. You know, there's another prop that you can look at if you want to at under 1.5 rounds. I don't mind that either, Coach, at minus 140. So both those plays, I think he still comes out and gets it done pretty quickly.
But see, Ian, you said the words, get it done quickly, which brings us to our Bravago bold prediction of the night. And that happens in this fight. What is said bold prediction, Ian?
Well, it was bold then, it's more bold now that he's not going to get into the playoffs. But at under a half round, coach, plus 300. So I think Ray Cooper puts his hands on Brett Cooper quick, gets it done. Maybe in the first half, cash that ticket.
Now let's remember, just a little sprinkle. Don't do a full unit. This is a bold prediction. A bold prediction. I'm fired up. Let's sit back. Sean, back to you.
I love those bravado bold predictions from Ian Parker and Coach. Welterweight affair brought to you by Next Level Hydrogen Water. Ray Cooper III versus Brett Cooper. Fighting first out of the blue corner, Brett Cooper. You know who has more knockouts than Ray Cooper III in this welterweight division? That man right there, 18 career knockouts, is best in the welterweight division. He also had the long career in Bellator with a winning record. Brett Cooper is a problem in this fight. This savvy veteran was actually very candid in talking about what can go wrong against an opponent like Ray Cooper III.
Obviously, Ray Cooper deserves his respect. He's one of those guys that he can put you away in a very brutal manner. So he's the kind of guy that you wake up looking at the lights and you say, what happened? He's one of those guys.
His opponent fighting out of the red corner, Ray Cooper III. Brought on Ray Cooper III. We know all about this guy, two-time PFL welterweight world champion, one-time runner-up all the way back in season 1. For my money, the hardest puncher in MMA in the welterweight division. He came into tonight thinking he needed a first or second round stoppage just to stay alive in the playoff race. He walks into the smart cage knowing that he doesn't have a shot. Here's what the 2021 champion had to say about his long shot playoff hopes.
Yeah, I need to knock him out in the first round. That's pretty much, that's it. And I'm going to do that. It's just, that's the excitement of the league. Things happen, and at least you get one second chance. And I got to knock him out in the first round to get into the playoffs.
So no playoffs on the line for Ray Cooper III. But for Brett Cooper, a finish in the first round would secure him a playoff spot.
All right, here are the keys to victory for Ray Cooper. He needs to back Brett up, close that distance, to look for that big shot or take him down. And for Brett Cooper, stick and move and look to counter Ray's big shots.
Next Level Hydrogen Water presents this tale of the tape. Feature welterweight bout. Brett Cooper is 5 years older. He is 4 inches taller. Both men weighed in at the welterweight limit. Reach advantage in the arms and the legs favors Brett Cooper. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. Mixed martial arts record of 28 wins, 16 losses. 18 wins coming by way of knockout. Brett Cooper. His opponent in the red corner, mixed martial arts record of 24 wins, 8 losses and 1 no contest. The two-time welterweight PFL world champion, Brother Ray Cooper III. Your referee for this contest, Jimmy Neely. Jimmy Neely is equipped with our ref cam. There is Brett Cooper in the gray, Ray Cooper III in the blue. A little Cooper on Cooper crime set to unfold here in the smart call. Big combo early from Brada, and he gets right to work slugging away. counter punches from Brett Cooper. Left hand landed for Brada. He's punching, doing bag work. There's the body shot. Another. A big knee from Brada. Brett Cooper.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that body shot.
This is a brutal beating at the hands of Brada. Ray Cooper III. Dominant and a quick 6 points. What a performance by Brada.
He was a man on a mission. Looked like vintage Mike Tyson out there. Got on the inside and then never looked back. Just ripped to the body, went upstairs. The classic short hooks of Ray Brada Cooper.
It was really that right hand to the body, that last right hand to the body that folded Brett Cooper up.
Short work for Brada. First round finish. An emphatic statement. Look, he can't earn himself a spot in the playoffs, but we know things happen. That puts you in #1 alternate position, at least.
Yeah, well, Ray doesn't like to waste any time. This is the way he fights. It doesn't matter what is on the line. Gone to the inside, started ripping hooks upstairs, doubling up. Left, right, then went to the body. Went to with the left side, and the right side of Cooper, then went to the other side. And just followed up with a barrage of strikes. This man is an absolute Hawaiian tsunami.
There's the left hook. Randy, I used to think that I had a powerful left hook
right?
in mixed martial arts.
Man.
But after watching this man for the last 4 seasons, unreal.
Just the ferocity that he brings. And this is the Ray we're used to seeing, not the guy we saw in the season opener. So I'm glad he got things straightened out. And we see the Ray Cooper we're used to seeing in that cage.
Any questions that people had about Ray Cooper's excitement for the sport, ability left, motivation, I think are answered with a performance like that, as you see again on this replay. Here comes the left hand.
There's the knee. See him switch to this right to the body, and that's the one that really put Brett Cooper on the mat.
Ian Parker checked in right before this fight with a Bravago bold prediction at, I think, plus 300, if I'm not mistaken, on under half a round.
My bold prediction was that Cooper was going to win, but I guess Ian was a little more accurate.
Ian's bet cashes. My bold prediction was under 1 minute, but they didn't let me weigh in, so.
Wow.
There's the whole Cooper clan in the corner.
Yeah.
Settle down, fellas, settle down. Magomed Umalatov is also in the playoffs. Tell that guy to settle down, too. We need to really calm things down in the building, everybody.
He's as stoic as they come.
He has clinched a playoff spot. That was almost a smile, Magomed.
Yep.
Okay.
There it is. No teeth, but we're going to smile. Oh, there they are.
Magomed Umalatov informed that he has clinched a playoff spot. He had one opportunity. He'll make his first PFL playoff appearance. There's your Geico Cagenomics stats bundle. Any of those 13 strikes landed by Ray Cooper III might have been the end. Goodness gracious. We'll talk to the winner when we come back on ESPN. MMA's league returns to the Mecca. Madison Square Garden, Friday, August 5th. Lightweights and light heavyweights in win-or-go-home playoff action. These men look to punch their tickets to a PFL championship. Buy tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Here's a look at the fighter performance rating. The only way to score 100 is to get a finish, and Ray Cooper III did just that quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, the referee called a halt to this bout 24 seconds into the very first round. Your winner by TKO, earning 6 points in the welterweight division, Brada Ray Cooper III.
All right, let's take a look at the standings here. Rory McDonald still at the top. Carlos Leal has clinched his spot. Magomed Umalatov has clinched his spot. We have one left to go. And Sean O'Connell is in the cage with our winner, Ray Brada Cooper. Sean.
All right, thank you, Kenny. I'm here with the winner, Ray Cooper III. Brada, good to see you back, and not only back, but back in form. We were watching backstage, watching the scenarios unfold. Because of the results of the last bout, Magomed Karimov gets the finish that eliminates you from the playoff picture, right before you're about to step into the smart cage. Tell me your mentality, learning that right before you walked in here to fight.
I wasn't really paying attention to that. I just was going in there and I needed one first round, and I was going to finish him no matter what. That was my goal, and I just wanted to perform from the last time, and yeah, I did.
Absolutely, you did. It started with the right hand, and then we saw the left hooks, of course, the body shots. Which one do you think it was that really finished Brett Cooper?
I'm not too sure. I just was going in there, hitting anything I could hit, and probably caught him with a couple body shots right here. But yeah, it was good, and hats off to Brett. He's been a veteran in the sport, and all blessings to him.
You're back. I know that this is only 5 points, which right now not good enough for a playoff spot. We know things happen. Will you stay ready in case an alternate spot opens up in the playoff?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not too sure. Whatever happens, happens, and yeah, thank you.
Brada is back. Ray Cooper III. Still coming up here in the welterweight division, a co-main event featuring Rory, the Red King McDonald. Owner of 6 points in the welterweight standings, he'll try and earn a top seed. Standing in his way, the Swedish Denzel Washington, Sadabu C. He needs points and a finish to guarantee himself a playoff spot. The co-main event coming up next. This week, Kayla Harrison has prepared for her second matchup of the 2022 PFL season against Caitlin Young in the Century Martial Arts training room. Century Martial Arts is the official equipment provider of the PFL. Kayla, one half of the main event tonight. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian, and man, the welterweights, we knew the welterweights were finishers, right? Highest finish percentage in the Professional Fighters League. The women have brought it tonight as well. Martina Jindrova and Larissa Pacheco. In fact, we've got, let's take a look back at some of the action that happened and unfolded earlier tonight. We started the night with Elena Kolesnik and Vanessa Melo. And Randy, she's been training down there at Extreme Couture. Elena Kolesnik needed this win to earn a playoff spot.
Yeah, she's done a great job. Her footwork is so much better. Her punch selection, head movement, her physique, everything is coming into line. She made the playoffs, and now she's going to be to London to get a chance to get her family, her mother and sister especially, out of the Ukraine, which is a huge deal for her. Tremendous performance by her tonight in every aspect of this fight.
Yeah, I cannot overstate the emotional weight that Elena Kolesnik is carrying in to fights like these, because her family is still in Ukraine, and we know all about the conflict happening there. Her father is fighting in the army, and there she is live. Her father's 58. You have to be 60 before you can rotate out of the army over there. Elena Kolesnik will fight in the playoffs in London. We know that the huge Ukrainian community there will welcome her, and she's banking on some help to get her mother and her sister out of Ukraine and at least to the UK. So that was the first domino to fall, so to speak, at women's lightweight. Martina Jindrova carried 3 decision victory points into her matchup tonight as she took on Zamzagul Fayzallanova. And Kenny, it went like this.
Yeah, she came in here very determined. She said she wanted to do what Pacheco did to Fayzallanova in her first fight and go out there and get a first-round finish. And she came out hot, man. She was landing some very sharp combinations to the body, upstairs as well. And her striking was just at a completely different level. She looked phenomenal tonight. There she is, getting it done with ground and pound, finally getting to finish. Almost had it a few times before that.
So Martina Jindrova, the lone Czech fighter on our PFL roster. She's also very excited about going over to London because her friends and family have promised, well, we're not going to make the trip necessarily to the United States, but we will go to London to watch you fight. So she's very excited about that. Now, Larissa Pacheco has been incredibly impressive. She came into tonight riding a 3-fight first-round knockout streak, taking on a fellow striker in Jenna Fabian, and made short work of it, Randy.
Yeah, the intensity, the physical prowess that she's bringing to the cage now, the confidence that all of that has given her. It was 4 straight knockout or TKOs in a row now. She is on a roll like a hunchback doing somersaults. She's amazing. Here from the mount position, raining down shots, and just looking like no way Jenna Fabian is going to be able to get out of this position. She's picking her shots well. Looked like she had the arm triangle there for a minute and gave that up to settle for the ground and pound.
A victorious Larissa Pacheco secured herself the #1 seed. And there's a look at the women's lightweight standings so far. Pacheco is in, the #1 seed. Martina Jindrova right now is the #2. Elena Kolesnik also in. Kayla Harrison, we'll see if she can secure her playoff spot. We're here at Overtime Elite Arena in Atlanta. They happen to have a very convenient little track over one of the basketball courts. So Kayla Harrison utilizing that as part of her warm-up tonight. We will see her in just a few minutes as one half of our main event. The queen herself, 2-time champion, making a return. We'll see how that one goes. Now we turn our attention to the welterweight division, and these guys are finishers, as you are well aware. Magomed Umalatov came into tonight undefeated in the sport of mixed martial arts, but he only had 1 opportunity in the regular season to earn the necessary points. Kenny, it was the back fist and then this.
Oh my goodness, that right hand was just vicious. Al-Silawi ate that back fist. He was trying to circle away, but then ate that huge right hand, and this was a fight that, you know, they showed a lot of respect for each other. It was kind of slow, not a whole lot happening, and then all of a sudden, that little back fist started it all. And it doesn't have to be a big shot, it just has to be an accurate one. That first one stunned him, and then that second one just put his lights out.
Okay, so Magomed Umalatov, quick 6 points, puts himself in serious contention to that moment for a playoff spot. And his friend, Magomed Karimov, decided to go in and prove, no, I'm the better Magomed on the card tonight. Magomillions, the season 1 champ, taking on Delano Taylor.
I'm starting to think maybe this is calculated by Magomed Karimov. He's like, man, forget that first season fight. I can get it done in one fight. And he sure did tonight. A nice Uchimata. Great job from the top. His footwork, his punch selection, his speed, which was really impressive tonight. Just does such a good job of disguising those punches. That right hand landed. I don't know what kept Delano Taylor standing here a couple of times, and I'm glad the referee stepped in when he did, because it looked like he was looking to the referee as well. And man, what an impressive performance by Magomed Karimov.
So that effectively eliminated Ray Cooper III, the back-to-back champion, from the playoff standings. Here's the welterweight standings. Rory McDonald has clinched a spot. It's now all about the seeding. Carlos Leal as well has clinched a spot. Magomed Umalatov, those results put him in as well. And Magomed Karimov, for now, is in that number 4 spot inside the playoff picture. There's Rory McDonald, the Red King, one half of our main event, co-main event. This man, even so deep into his mixed martial arts career, is still making adjustments. He relocated camps, he's training with Tim Kennedy, all to chase the PFL championship that evaded him a year ago.
The PFL season is definitely one of the hardest formats in all of sports to get through. Going through training camp after training camp, the weight cuts, and then obviously the fights against the other top competition. You have to be extremely tough mentally, physically, to be able to push through that kind of format. It's rigorous, and to be a champion in the PFL, you got to be a strong dude to be able to withstand everything that comes your way and get to the top.
Gets the tap! The Red King's first round submission!
Clinching a spot in the 2021 PFL Championship, Ray Cooper III!
I've learned my lessons of the past, but I just feel like I'm in such a new place, in such a good place. Tim has been a huge factor in my training for the past 4 or 5 months. Since I started going down to Austin, doing his workouts, I feel like my fitness and my stamina levels just went through the roof. I've never been in better shape in my life, and that's given me a certain edge and confidence in my fighting, knowing that I could push the pace on guys and they're not going to be able to withstand my pressure and my pace.
Rory threatening with the choke. He's got it under the chin. He switches it, locked in, squeezing, and there's the tap. Rory McDonald with a quick 6 points.
Right now, I'm feeling the best I ever have. I feel like I've done everything I could in my training. My headspace is good. I'm hungry. I'm happy to be here. I just want to go out there and perform and show that I'm the best out there.
MMA's league is making its way to the UK for the first time in August. The UK 2022 PFL Playoff Tour begins Saturday, August 13th at Cardiff Motor Point Arena, followed by the final playoff event of the season at London's Copperbox Arena, Saturday, August 20th. Don't miss your chance to be a part of MMA history. Tickets go on sale next Wednesday, July 6th at 10 a.m. Ticketmaster.com.uk. Here is the PFL season format, explained to you by Puncher's Chance Kentucky Bourbon. 10 fighters per division, 6 different divisions. 2 regular season fights each. 3 points for wins, bonus points for a finish in any round. The top 4 fighters on points in each division will make the playoffs. At the end of the playoffs is a title fight where the winner is awarded a beautiful gold belt and a $1 million check. Our welterweight co-main event is brought to you by Redcon 1. Rory McDonald, Sadabusi. Fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome Sadabusi. The Swedish Denzel Washington, as he is affectionately referred. Former kickboxing world champion, fastest kicks in the Professional Fighters League. Part of the reason he goes by that Denzel moniker. He's done some acting. Randy, what do you know about that?
Not much.
Sadabusi needs a finish to clinch a spot in the playoffs, and he's got to do it against Rory McDonald. But he feels the stars are finally aligning for him.
Just facing a guy that's been in the sport for so long, that's done so much in the sport, is gonna be so sweet to get that victory. Meeting him at this point in my career, I couldn't ask for anything more. It's the perfect time.
Fighting out of the red corner, Rory, the Red King McDonald. Rory McDonald fighting this weekend. Robbie Lawler is also fighting this weekend. Those two men combined for one of the greatest mixed martial arts fights of all time. Rory was tweeting about that earlier this week. He's the former Bellator welterweight champion. Came into tonight carrying 6 points. This Canadian veteran shared his thoughts on the rest of the 170-pound division.
I feel like I am the top dog in this division, and I feel like anyone I go in there is just kind of food on my plate, and I just got to go in there and eat these guys up and do my thing.
All right, let's check out the keys to victory for this co-main event. For Rory McDonald, he needs to make the cage small. That means take away the space from Sadabusi and turn this fight into a ground battle. And for C, he's got to stay moving, use those long-range weapons to keep Rory on the outside.
Take a look at the tail of the tape, brought to you by Redcon 1 for this co-main event. Sadabusi is 3 years older. He is 3 inches taller, 6-inch reach advantage on the arms, and 5-inch reach advantage on the legs for the Swede. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. Carrying a mixed martial arts record of 10 wins, 6 losses, and 1 no contest. 6 wins coming by way of knockout. The Swedish Denzel Washington, Sadabusi. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, one of the legends of the welterweight division with an MMA record of 23 wins, 8 losses, and 1 no contest, 7 knockouts, 9 submissions, Rory, the Red King McDonald. Blake Price, referee in charge. Rory McDonald in the blue trunks, Sadibou in the gray. A win of any kind gives Rory McDonald the #1 seed. Sadibou with a win knocks Makhnatkina Karimov out of the playoffs. Immediately the single leg attempt here for Rory.
Nice snatch single by Rory. It's going to take a second effort to get Sadibou off his knees. Try to change the double. Sadibou has amazing balance and very long levers. He's going to spread out and be very difficult to capture and take off of his feet.
So far, Kenny, the smart approach from Rory McDonald. He knows exactly the position that he is in, and he paid attention to your keys to victory.
Yeah, he pressured him from the get-go. He was in pretty deep on that single. Tried to go for that double, but Sadibou did a great job of controlling that right wrist of McDonald.
Sadibou spent both of his camps for this season at Extreme Couture working on this specific technique, and that's wrestling, shoring up his wrestling.
McDonald controlling that right leg of Sadibou. This could be a grueling effort to try and pummel your way in and initiate wrestling exchanges up against the cage, but you heard Rory McDonald talking about the insane workouts he's been participating in down there with Tim Kennedy. Feels like his gas tank is deeper than it's ever been. Separation there, high kick attempted. Cut on the face of Rory McDonald, not sure what it's from as he attempts another takedown.
It looks more like an abrasion than a cut, but it's hard to tell.
I just saw some blood on Sadibou's short, so it might be that Rory's bleeding right on the cheek there.
It is. It's his right cheek, just under his eye. It does appear to be a cut of some kind.
I'm wondering if he ran into Sadibou's hip on that takedown attempt. I certainly didn't see a strike.
Sadibou maintaining his balance here. Rory pressing him up against the smart cage barrier.
Rory actually goes to his back here, now trying to come up with that underhook. He's trying to get underneath the hips of Sadibou to see if he can work a reversal here, and unable to do it so far.
Nifty defense by Sadibou. It's actually a fairly significant cut on the right cheek of Rory McDonald. Heavy pressure with the underhook. Right leg in between the legs of Sadibou to control. Temporarily able to reverse position here against the cage.
Body lock attempt now by Rory. Got his hands locked in the over-under position. It's pretty high up in the back. He's going to need to slide that down. Now he's changed to a headlock. A pinch headlock position here.
Now let's see if he can steer him towards the mat. He decides to let go of it. And this is where Rory needs to be careful to not overdo it here in round one. Needs to pace himself here against Sadibou, who is defending the takedown and being very efficient at the same time.
That knee snuck to the forbidden place. And Sadibou will take his time in recovery.
You good? And Rory trying to attack the body there. And ended up landing that knee to the groin. Yeah, you can see right there, that's the angle.
Referee right on top of it, attending to Sadibou.
You ready? Yes. Okay, take your time.
Sadibou asking for a little bit more time. Referee goes over to check the cut on the cheek of Rory McDonald.
Fight!
Back to the action. Southpaw stance for Sadibou. Left hand lands for Sadibou.
Rory trying to enter with that right hand down the middle. Trying to slip his head off the center line. Taking that approach against this open stance here.
Couple of inside leg kicks from Sadibou.
Again, with the snatch single, Rory McDonald gets his hands on that lead leg, pulling himself into position. Sada Boussi doing a good job getting the underhook, pulling him up chest to chest.
Inside of 1 minute now here in the first round. Nice jab again there from Sada Boussi.
This is the range where Sada Boussi wants to play, and this is where he's most dangerous here against Rory.
You see the stiff right hand land there for Sada Boussi. Kick slaps off the body for Rory McDonald.
And that's a nice adjustment there for Rory. You know, when you have someone who has long arms like Sada Boussi, you got to switch it up into kicking range. Nice little combination there from Rory.
The right and the left both landed. Counter right from Sada Boussi appeared to halt some of the momentum forward for Rory McDonald, but he does work his way into this clinch position. Shoulder punches.
Where would they learn such a thing?
On the exit, Rory attempts the high kick. Sada Boussi will walk into the corner right before the bell. Fascinating first round. We'll try and find where this cut happened for Rory.
Great pressure, good pressure.
Here's Rory high on that single leg, and you see those shots, those series of left hands. And it doesn't take much to cut. Those little gloves. See him going up there, attacking that right cheek of Rory McDonald. And we think that's where that cut happened.
It is below the eye. Nice right hand there from Sada Boussi as well.
Sada Boussi doing a great job from the outside. He's so long, so rangy. Once he establishes that distance, you gotta watch out.
Looking good.
Welterweight co-main event, Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian here in Atlanta, Georgia for PFL 6. Rory McDonald, the Red King, currently atop the welterweight standings, can secure the #1 seed with a win of any kind. Sada Boussi needs the win to get into the playoffs. Front kicks exchanged from both men. Once again, Rory trying to close that distance. Sada Boussi been able to stay on his feet so far.
He's done a great job keeping his balance, spreading himself out, making himself hard to pull off of his feet.
Brief pause in the action there as the referee had some instructions for the fighters. Right back to it. Take a listen inside the red corner of Rory McDonald.
Yes, lock your hands now. Yes. Pummel, pummel, pummel. Don't give him any break. Don't give him any break, Rory. Stay on him. Stay on him. Non-stop pressure. Break. Yeah. Pummel, pummel, pummel. Lift that left underhook.
Venerable Faraz Sahabi and John Danaher both in the corner, as is Tim Kennedy.
And Rory, continues to pursue this takedown, but it doesn't bode well for him so far. He hasn't been able to figure out the finishes to this single and to this body lock. Sada Boussi has done a great job of neutralizing those takedown attempts. He's been very efficient as well. Rory been expending a lot of energy here.
Rory is controlling where this fight's happened. He did a lot of this in the first round as well. The takedowns have been unsuccessful. He's still forcing the fight to happen where it's happening right now.
MMA's league bet is back and better than ever. Shop the latest PFL hoodies, shirts, and hats. PFLMMA.com. Use code Atlanta20 for an extra 20% off. Double unders here. Hands locked for Rory McDonald. Randy, how frustrating can it be if you're trying to initiate this takedown and you don't get it?
It can be very disheartening, demoralizing in some regards. It's like a guy gets on the bottom and he gets almost all the way back up and then gets put right back down there. There's a demoralization involved in that.
Yeah, and I think it's the right approach, Sean. Clearly Rory is going to have a huge advantage over Sada Boussi on the ground. He just hasn't been able to finish these takedowns.
There's Magomed Karimov looking on intently. The season 1 welterweight champion right now is in the playoff picture, but if Sada Bousi can win this fight, Maga will be knocked out. Referee calling for more action against the smart cage barrier. The boo bird's starting to fly. Nice knees on the inside here from Sada Bousi, who gets marched backwards by the power of Rory.
Oh, nice little foot wheel. Really trying to do a little foot sweep there.
Sada Bou's able to press away. A minute and a half to work. There's the high kick attempt, then to the body.
Roy doesn't appear to be tired. As much energy as he spent trying to take these Sada Bousi down, he looks to be in great shape.
Jab lands there for Sada Bousi. McDonald continuing to stalk, try and press this action. Sada Bou's got his back against the cage, and as Kenny always warns, it's not a good place to be against someone who wants to take you down. Sada Bou has switched stances and keeps landing the jab now.
But Sada Bou has actually used the cage very well defensively.
Yeah, he's used that to prop himself up and rest, honestly. That's that.
Yeah.
Again with the high single attempt.
Seconds remain here in round number 2 as we take a listen inside Sada Bousi's corner.
Come here. Let's go, guys. Work for me. Let's go. Come here.
10 seconds remain here in the second frame. Sada Bousi finds himself pressed against the cage. Rory McDonald still working to control this fight. We will see round 3. You can see that cut, pretty significant, but it is beneath the eye.
Hey, you controlled that round. You controlled that round.
We're using the cut man's shirt to wipe his face off.
But corral him to the fence like you did, and keep double under. Hey, if I can't see that,
these are the jabs I was talking about, Randy.
Yeah, nice straight long jab, using that long range sniper ability.
You won that round. You won that round. You need another one. You can't do anything to on the fence. You have to win the second round.
Here, Faraz Sahabi telling Rory McDonald that he won that round. The control certainly favored Rory McDonald in that round. The more significant strikes in the round on the breaks, as brief as they were, I think that advantage goes to Sada Bousi. But if you're Sada Bousi, you might need a finish here. Rory McDonald in the blue trunks, Sada Bousi in the gray, co-main event here in the welterweight division. As we try and finalize the playoff picture.
Left hook by Rory McDonald.
Nice right hand there.
Very nice right hand. He's definitely pressing the action. Almost a sense of urgency from Rory McDonald in this round.
He caught a body kick. Once again working on this single leg. Great takedown defense displayed through 2 rounds plus so far by Sada Bousi.
Yeah, he might have been feeling that body kick too. His posture was very badly compromised on that single leg. He's trying to fight through it though, trying to get those double underhooks.
Rory has basically turned this into a Greco-Roman wrestling match. One of the reasons why Greco is such an important style and transition to MMA.
See the live odds. Rory McDonald still a favorite here. 4 minutes left in this fight. Sadabusi still chasing a playoff spot. A win of any kind will get him into the playoffs. Attempts that kick again. Blocked by Rory McDonald. Sadabou retreats. Rory with the right hand attempt. Stepping in again. And now Sadabou presses Rory against the cage.
Rory repummels. Try and get both underhooks inside. Sadabou doing a great job of circling that underhook.
Rory's got a good position here.
Nice balance again by Sadabusi.
Sadabou doing a good job of fighting with the hand control, trying to control the wrists and turn out, see if he can get an underhook here. So far, Rory retaining good position. Oh, nice knee there by Rory McDonald.
A very tenacious game plan by Rory to come in here and just get to the clinch and make him fight this fight the whole fight.
And Sadabou's grappling has been on point tonight. This is the best he's looked grappling-wise for sure.
A Sadabusi that can't be taken down is a very difficult situation for a lot of welterweights because of his reach and length in this division. But Rory McDonald stymieing any of the offense that Sadabusi is able to mount here. Oh, look at that. Sadabusi takes Rory McDonald down. The Red King on his back.
And a really close fight, a takedown like that could definitely steal around.
He's got good position so far. Rory trying to elevate the hips of Sadabusi. Oh, nice job getting back to his feet, trying to turn it into some kind of a takedown with these double underhooks.
Beautiful job with the butterfly to get his hips back under him and get back to elevation.
Oh, that was another knee to the groin there.
Back to a neutral corner. Sadabusi will be given more time to recover.
And I heard it. It definitely hit his cup. Just be careful. I know it's an accident. I need you to be careful, okay? Rory. Look at me. Don't do that a third time, no matter how easy, okay? You're in control of your weapons. Go over here. You ready to fight? I know what it is. You ready? Rory, I'm giving you a warning. I'm not taking a point. Don't do it again, okay? All right. You ready?
No point taken for the second foul. Sadabusi with 90 seconds remaining says he's good to go. Body kick lands for Sadabou, a jab for Rory. Right hand lands. And now Sadabou grabbing a hold of the Red King. Head kick. Sadabusi landing a jab to follow it up. 1 minute remains. Rory McDonald hanging on.
And Sadabou landed that head kick from very close range. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's some flexibility.
Yeah.
Right there.
Inside of 1 minute now in this welterweight co-main event. Rory McDonald in the blue trunks and Sadabusi in the gray. Circles out at least one more time. Sadabou attempts a right high kick, goes to the inside leg. Rory grabs a clinch and tosses up a knee. Time running out. Sadabou on the retreat. There's the 10-second clapper.
Rory's got to smother that kicking game of Sadabusi and land some combinations with his hands.
One kick misses for Sadabou. He goes back to the body twice, and that'll be the end. Sadabusi thinks he's done enough to win this fight. Rory McDonald feels the same way. It'll be interesting to see how the judges scored each round. Control certainly favored Rory McDonald. The only takedown, surprisingly, went to Sada Busi as we take a look at the Cageonomics stats bundle presented by Geico. Decision next. Head over to collectibleexchange.com for autographed event used gear and posters from your favorite PFL fighters. collectibleexchange.com. Fighter performance rating favors Sada Busi in all 3 rounds. Remember, it's not just the action, it's the effect of those actions on your opponents that score according to the algorithm. Let's check out how the verdict fan scorecards look. With verdict, the fans get to be the judge. The fans say that Rory McDonald won rounds 1 and 2, and that round 3 was a draw. Let's see what our announcers thought about this welterweight co-main event. FPR says Sada Busi. Kenny and Randy thought it was Rory McDonald, but it's the official judges' scorecards that matter most. Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. The totals are 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28. All for your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the welterweight division, Sada Busi.
All right, and that means that Maga is out. Sada Busi is in with that win. Unbelievable stuff. A very close fight here. Disappointed Magomed Karimov. And Sean O'Connell is in the smart cage with Sada Busi.
All right, thank you, Kenny. I grabbed the winner here, Sadabusi. Victory by unanimous decision. All three judges saw it the same way. That was a very strange and I think difficult fight to judge and to score. Immediately when it ended, you did raise your arms in victory. Were you confident after the final bell that you had done enough to win this fight?
Hey, first and foremost, Rory, thank you so much. Preparing for this guy, I swear I woke up in the middle of the night, I'm like, damn, I'm facing Rory. Like, he made me better. So hand of applause for Rory.
You did your camp at Extreme Couture, and Randy told us you worked tirelessly on countering wrestling. You knew that Rory was going to try and take you down. He was not able to do so in this fight. In fact, you were able to take him down. Was that ever part of the strategy?
So, I have so much things to say because I didn't get to speak after my last fight. All right? So,
we got to keep it quick, unfortunately.
Okay. I went to Extreme Couture. I've been saying that I'm an MMA fighter. He tried to take me down for 3 rounds. I tried to take him down once, maybe twice. I got him down.
A completely well-rounded skill set, a victorious Sadabusi, and in the welterweight playoffs. Give it up for the Swedish Denzel Washington. So Sadabusi punches his ticket to the playoffs. There's our welterweight bracket. Rory McDonald will face Magomed Umalatov in the 1 versus 4 matchup. Sadabusi will take on Carlos Leal, and there is no Ray Cooper in the bracket, which means we will have a brand new PFL welterweight champion at the end of this 2022 season. The most dominant champion in the sport of mixed martial arts, Kayla Harrison, warming up with Mike Brown, one of her coaches down there. Kayla Harrison, 2-time lightweight world champion, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, mother of 2 children, and her family is now a big part of all she does in the sport.
I love having my kids with me at the gym. You know, Kyla is 9 years old. Now she wrestles in Mako's wrestling program. They're both there every Saturday running around. It's funny because Imre the other night, I guess they got in a fight. Kyla pushed him, and Imre got very upset with Kyla, and he said, "Kyla, no judo off the mats." And then he was like, "Mom, can we get the mats out? Because I have mats for the house." And I was like, "No, honey, we can't get the mats out right now." And he was like, "I want to train." That was a proud mom moment that he was like, he knows not to use judo outside of the mats, and he really wants to train. It was awesome. My biggest role is mother. That's the most important role. As a mother, I want to lead by example. You know, I want to show them what hard work accomplishes. I want to show them what having a dream and chasing after it looks like. I want to be the example for them that there's nothing you can't accomplish. There's no mountain too high. So I'm just enjoying doing all of it with them by my side.
Coming up next on Sports Center with Nicole Briscoe and Zubin Mehenti. Woj on all the latest NBA free agency moves. Aaron Judge reaching the record, and UFC 276 Adesanya versus Cannonier. Sports Center next. Here are your women's lightweight standings as we head into our final bout of the evening and the main event. Larissa Pacheco has secured the #1 seed. She's got 12 points. That is the maximum in 2 regular season fights. Martina Jindrova, 1 quick 6, 1 decision. That gave her 9 total points. Elena Kolesnik, you saw her clinching earlier. Kayla Harrison and Caitlin Young still set to square off. Kayla Harrison with 3 points. This women's lightweight bout, brought to you by Bud Light, will serve as our main event. Kayla Harrison and Caitlin Young. Fighting first out of the blue corner, Caitlin Young. Caitlin Young, the striking Viking, took this fight on 2 weeks' notice. She has 8 career knockouts, including a head kick victory over Misha Tate back in 2007. Like so many of Kayla Harrison's opponents, Caitlin Young is a huge betting underdog against the undefeated returning champion, and she shared exactly what she feels like on what she feels will be her path to victory.
This is not a fight that I think is going to come down to technical prowess. This is a fight that is going to come down to exactly that, being a fight.
It's a big task for anybody, Randy. It's a tough test, and Caitlin Young feels very much up to it. Candy mentioned earlier, very little pressure on Caitlin coming into this.
She's got no points going into this. She's got no real pressure on her, no real expectation. She's a very wily, experienced opponent and competitor. She thinks she's got some new little wrinkles and tricks that she wants to show Kayla Harrison that might do the job, might get the job done.
And fighting out of the red corner, Kayla Harrison. Two PFL World Championships, 2 Olympic Judo gold medals, hasn't lost in any sport, any competition since February of 2016. And if you ask her when that happened, she could tell you the time of day. She could tell you what she had for dinner. She still hasn't gotten over it, and it happened all the way back in 2016. Two-time PFL champion's quest for a 3rd title continues tonight. She has a job to do against Caitlin Young, and she defined just what that job is.
My job is to go out there and instill my will, 1 round at a time, 1 minute at a time, 1 exchange at a time, 1 breath at a time. And I know that if I fight to the best of my ability, everything else will fall into place. So my job is to go out there and finish Caitlin Young in decisive fashion and go from there.
All right, let's look at the keys to victory here for this main event. For Kayla, she needs that forward pressure, cut off the cage, and of course, utilize the takedown. For Caitlin Young, lateral movement, break away from the clinch, and stop those takedowns.
Here's your Bud Light tail to take for this main event. Caitlin Young is 5 years older. She is 1 inch taller. She has a 3-inch arm reach advantage. The longer legs favor Kayla Harrison. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your main event and the final regular season bout of PFL Season 4 in 2022. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. fighting with an MMA record of 12 wins, 12 losses, and 1 no contest. Holder of 8 knockout victories, Caitlin, the striking Viking Young. Her opponent fighting out of the red corner, 2-time Olympic judo gold medalist, twice PFL women's lightweight champion, undefeated mixed martial arts record of 13 wins and 0 losses. 10 of those wins coming by way of stoppage. Kayla Harrison. Referee in charge of this main event, Rob Hines. Kayla Harrison in the blue trunks, Caitlin Young in the gray. Harrison,
Right,
the
ladies,
overwhelming
here we go. First
favorite
round, you
here.
ready? First round, you ready?
Fighting to determine her seeding in the playoffs. She has to win to get there first. Caitlin Young can spoil the party for Kayla Harrison with a victory. Southpaw stance for Kayla.
Don't put the fingers forward, Kayla.
You can see those live odds have swung even further in the favor of Kayla Harrison. Someone confident enough this week, though, a verified wager of $2.7 million on a Kayla Harrison win. Depending on exactly what odds they put that wager at, probably around a $100,000 payout, having risked $2.7 million. Kenny, that's a lot of confidence in Kayla's ability.
That's a lot of confidence and a lot of money, no doubt. Kayla keeps feinting with that left hand. She's disguising that left hand and potentially disguising that entry into a takedown as well. There it is.
There it is. Explosive power forward. Kayla Harrison runs through it, lands inside control, and immediately goes to work trying to grab the full mount.
And already doing a better job of showing more variety, disguising what she wants to do here in this fight against Caitlin than she did in her first one against Makhnatkina.
In the women's lightweight standings, we showed you that Larissa Pacheco has already secured the #1 seed. If Kayla Harrison wants to avoid her in a semifinal, all she has to do is finish here.
She's trying to set up a crucifix. She's trying to put that right arm of Caitlin Young between her legs where she can control. She also has the mount here if she wants to advance into that position. Now with the cage makes it a little trickier though.
Nice work here by Caitlin Young, walking her feet along the cage. Now to a north-south position. Larissa Pacheco watching on. Kayla Harrison now taking the back, one hook in.
Caitlin trying to turn and face her. This is a little bit better of a position for her. Kayla decides not to take the back, decides to just put Young on her back.
So Kayla's going to slide back into full mount.
She has that arm trapped as well, Randy.
She's got that wrist right on the far side. Now both hooks in. Young did a nice job getting that hook, getting rid of that last hook.
Start to fight back.
Kayla did great on that double-legged. She trampolined off of the cage.
Right hand keeps pummeling down here. Referee looking on closely.
That's it.
He'll step in and stop it halfway through round #1 to the protest of Caitlin Young. Kayla Harrison clinches a playoff spot with that quick 6-minute.
Maybe a little premature on the stoppage there. I think, you know, she was definitely in trouble for sure, but I don't think she was anywhere near hurt or done fighting.
Yeah, I agree. You know, she was in a compromised position. She wasn't defending herself. Maybe that's why it was, but she wasn't taking huge amounts of damage. I agree, Randy.
Again, beautiful double leg by Kayla Harrison.
Yeah.
Again, most people stop at the barrier. She blasted through that barrier of the cage, used that trampoline effect to finish that high-level double leg. Beautiful job.
Kayla Harrison, 6 points with that finish. Talking to her corner. There's your Geico Cagenomics stats bundle. The one takedown was really the big difference here. A victory for Kayla Harrison. We'll speak to the winner when we come back. PFL on ESPN has been brought to you by Bud Light. Make good times great. Drink responsibly. Next Level Hydrogen Water, the official water of the PFL. Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save. And by Bose, the official sound of the PFL. Welcome back. PFL Fight Fans main event in the books here. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Rob Hines calls a halt to this bout 2 minutes and 35 seconds into round number 1. Your winner by TKO, earning 6 points in the women's lightweight division and clinching the number 2 seed, Kayla Harrison.
And our women's lightweight brackets are set now. Larissa Pacheco will be taking on Olena Kolesnik, and Kayla Harrison will be taking on Martina Jindrova in a classic grappler versus striker matchup. Sean O'Connell is in the smart cage with Kayla Harrison. Sean.
By the end of this year.
Thank you, Kenny. I'm being bullied by the two-time women's lightweight champion, Kayla Harrison. She's demanding that somebody buy her these shoes. I can't help that.
It's my birthday tomorrow, y'all. Can you wish me happy birthday? 29 and feeling fine.
Yes, 29 again for Kayla Harrison. All right, let's talk about the fight, the big double leg, the TKO. Is this how you wanted to get it done here?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the goal is to go out and dominate. Sometimes you just feel it. When you feel it, you just blast double like Mako says and just get him down. You know what I'm saying? Mako Mondays, everybody.
Mako Mondays successful here. Let's talk about the playoff seeding. You secure the number 2 seed. I don't know if you saw the bracket. Martina Jindrova will be your first round opponent.
Awesome.
You're also headed to London, and that playoff bout will be almost 10 years to the day since you had another pretty decent athletic accomplishment in London, an Olympic gold medal.
Yes, Sean, but no one wants to talk about my past, okay? We want to talk about my future. And listen, if everyone, you see those shirts right there, you see the shirts my corner's wearing? Those, if you go buy a Kayla Harrison shirt, all of the profits go to my Fearless Foundation, which is for fighting sexual abuse, child sexual abuse. So if for my birthday, everyone went and bought a shirt, I would be very happy. Oh my gosh, is this for me?
And a birthday cake, no candles, but...
The greatest present I ever got was my 2 children. So that's all I could ever ask for. I'm a happy woman.
Victorious, headed to London for the playoffs, Kayla Harrison. All right, so the women's lightweight playoff bracket is set, as are the rest of our PFL regular season playoff brackets. Take a look at our Bud Light knockout of the night. Magomed Umalatov started it with a back fist, finished it with the overhand right, and punched a ticket to the playoffs, remaining undefeated en route to that first round KO. One more look at the Bud Light knockout of the night for the now 12-0 Magomed Umalatov. And here's your Bud Light Selly of the night, Selly celebration of the night. Olena Kolesnik has overcome a lot in this PFL regular season, and she is now headed to the playoffs. You will see her in London. Time now for the Red Come One fastest strike of the night. No surprise here, coming from Brada as he started with the furious flurry against Brett Cooper. 27 miles an hour for Ray Cooper III, 25 for Magomed Umalatov, and 23 for Magomed Karimov. Well, the regular season's in the books, and that means it's all about the playoffs. We start those out Friday, August 5th in New York City at the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden. And then across the pond we go. August 13th, we're in Cardiff, Wales at Motorpoint Arena. And 1 week later, London, England in Copper Box Arena. Here are your lightweight playoff brackets. $1 million World Championship pursuit continues for Anthony Pettis and Stevie Ray in a rematch from the second regular season bout, the 1 versus 4 there. Olivier Aubin-Mercier will take on the upstart Alexander Martinez in the 2-3 matchup. The light heavyweight playoff bracket will see Robert Wilkinson and Daylon Monte in the 1 versus 4. Omari Akhmedov and Antonio Carlos Jr. will have to put their friendship aside. They are training partners, but they're also squaring off for a trip to the championship. At welterweight, it looks like this. Rory the Red King McDonald versus Magomed Umalatov in the 1 versus 4. Sadibou C punched his ticket with the upset victory over Rory in the co-main event tonight, and Carlos Leal will find his way against Sadibou C. The heavyweight playoff bracket, 1 seed goes to Denis Koltsov. The 4 seed is Bruno Capoloza, the returning champion, Ante Dilia and Reina Ferreira in a massive 2-3 matchup. And at women's lightweight, Larissa Pacheco, Olena Kolesnik, and Kayla Harrison will take on Martina Jindrova, as we just discussed. And rounding out the featherweight picture, Chris Wade, the number 1, Brendan Loughnane, no love lost in the 1 versus 4. That will take place in London, and Ryoji Kudo will take on Bubba Jenkins in the 2 versus 3. PFL returns Friday, August 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus from the Mecca, Madison Square Garden. It's the 2022 PFL playoffs, lightweights and light heavyweights. Win or go home action as they look to punch their tickets to a championship. Coverage begins at 7 Eastern. For Randy Couture, Kenny Florian, Lillian Garcia, Jonathan Coachman, and Ian Parker, I'm Sean O'Connell. Good night from Atlanta, Georgia. Coming up next, it's SportsCenter with Nicole Briscoe and Zubin Mehenti.